Our next session is a long-standing favorite at IRCE. We're delighted to have back this year Stephan Spencer. Stephan is an internationally known SEO expert, and he founded Net Concepts back in the 90s, which became a multinational company by the time he sold it in 2010. And Stephan travels the world now as an SEO and digital strategist. And we're going to do live reviews with Stephan. So because this is a very wide room, we want to make sure that all his good intelligence reaches all corners. So if you would like your site reviewed, we're going to ask you to line up at the microphones. There's one there, and there's one there. He's going to talk a little bit, and then we'll get started on reviews. We have an hour. We hope to get as many as possible. We'll do about 5 minutes each. So please welcome Stephan Spencer.
Thank you. All right, so I just need hopefully 10 seconds to plug in. So I'm using my Mac here. All right. Are we good? Excellent. I'm back. And let me turn on mirroring. We'll be good to go. Okay, that should be good. All right. Hi, I'm Stephan Spencer, and this is the live reviews session. So this is my promise to you. By the end of this session, you'll have at least 15, maybe dozens, or who knows, maybe 100 different actionable takeaways that you can use on your website with your SEO and make boku bucks right away, like within weeks. Not years, but weeks. But first, let me take a selfie. Give me 1 second here. Have you guys in the photo, so do something exciting like wave or look like you're having a great time. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, all right, thank you. So we got that out of the way. So who am I? Well, you don't really care who I am. You care about how I can help you. So let's skip over all the little bio stuff. And one thing I can do to help you is I have some books that are pretty cool. One of them is The Art of SEO. Look at this thing. It's kind of daunting. It's 1,000 pages almost. And this one's a little easier. Google Power Search. It's not exactly an SEO book, but it is very helpful for SEOs. This is how to be a power user of Google, finding anything like confidential business plans, Forrester research reports that normally cost thousands of dollars, all that sort of good stuff. By the way, who would like a copy? Like, wants it enough that they'll come get it? You want the little one? Okay, well, you get the big one. All right, so don't worry, I'm going to give you all some goodies. In fact, I have more books, but I'm going to give you some digital goodies if you text 33444 with the short code, or that's the short code, with the keyword IRCE 18. And I actually brought a lot of books. They're not in the room. They're in another room. I'll give them to you at the end after the session finishes. Not everybody's going to get a book, but a bunch of you will. But you do have to show me that you texted that. So IRCE 18 is the keyword, and you send that to 33444. You'll also get some cool digital goodies like these things here. SEO hiring blueprint, SEO BS detector, etc. Okay, and I also have a couple of podcasts that I highly recommend. I'm biased, yes, but they are excellent. There's like a little university education in SEO and online marketing, Facebook advertising, Amazon e-commerce, and all sorts of stuff. So marketing speak, and then the Optimized Geek, which is actually not an SEO podcast, but you should listen to anyways. So here's how it's going to work. You guys are already lined up. That's great. I'd like you within like 20 seconds, no less, no more than that, share your top SEO challenge. Okay, this is the thing that's holding you back, so you think. I don't need to know about your business. We don't have time for that. I'm going to go, lightning fast through your site. I'm going to pick certain aspects for each site so that you get a breadth of stuff across all of the sites that we critique over the session. That means one site might get critiqued in the area of page speed and other kinds of technical optimizations. Another one, we might look at its link profile and find other issues that are link related, etc. So you'll get a nice overview. I'll gently rip your site to shreds. Now I'm going to actually be very helpful, and I'm not going to be embarrassing you, so don't worry about that. And you will walk away with some amazing nuggets, and possibly luck. Okay, so these are my details. If you have a question and I don't get to you, I'm happy to answer them through email, through Twitter, through Facebook. Actually, my email address is stephan@stephanspencer.com. Sorry, it's not on there. All right, so here we go. Let's get a browser window ready to go. Okay. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Jennifer. My website name is SFSAN.
Is?
SF.
It's SF Cable.
sfcable.com. Okay. Got it. All right, and what's your biggest SEO challenge?
My challenge is actually I'm not the one who really SEO. I hired the SEO company to help me with that.
Uh-huh.
But my problem is that I don't see that much of the improvement. So I've been, this has been used for over 15 years, and I have ongoing SEO company to do for me. But I don't see that many of my keywords on
Okay, so what you're saying is you're not getting much traction from the SEO hire, the company that you hired, and you don't know what they're even doing to add value. Okay, that's a big problem. Not an uncommon problem, unfortunately. All right, let's dig in. So one of the first things I like to do is do a site colon search. I'm going to Google and I'm typing in site colon and then no space after that, then your domain name. In this case, site colon sfcable.com, and I have my settings here, as you can see, set to 100 results per page. It makes it a lot easier for me to just peruse through hundreds of pages very quickly. You'll see that I get mistaken as a robot by Google a lot because I do such sophisticated searches, so we might get that CAPTCHA a number of times. So I'm scanning through these and I'm seeing very short titles. Titles are very important for SEO. They're going to give you a lot of juice. They're going to give you a lot of benefit. They're the most weighted on-page factor of on-page things that you can see either in the HTML or on the render screen. They are given the most weight. And these are really short and not terribly compelling, right? So for you spacer blank, SF Cable, doesn't really inspire me to click on that search listing. Netfinder Pro SF Cable, okay, I don't know what that is, but perhaps that's something that your target audience might know. The problem is there are no other keywords, not even the word cable or cables in there, because SF Cable as one word is not the same thing as cable, or it's not SF and then cable as two separate words. You see how somebody searching for a cable type keyword your title doesn't even have that in it. So there's a lot of room for growth here in terms of title tag optimization. Yeah, but I've seen worse. I've seen worse. So let's go now to the home page, and I'm looking for textual content to the page. So one thing I can do to just quickly see how much text is on the page is on a PC, I'll hit Control-A, on a Mac, I hit Command-A, and it just shows me a differentiation of text versus graphics. Now, unfortunately, this page is pretty much text-free, so I'm not giving the search engines a lot to sink their teeth into. The same day shipping if ordered before 4:30 p.m. PST, that's text. Browse products, that's text. But this slider here, and by the way, just a conversion bit of advice for you, sliders or click carousels are conversion killers. They're terrible for conversion. So, yeah. Here's a great little article on that. I know this is not SEO advice, this is conversion advice, but this is an important little aside. Don't use sliders or carousels if you care about conversion. And a lot of the top conversion experts are on the same page with me on that. So here's a great article about that. All right, so back to this. If I look at these different carousels and I think, wow, there's a lot of text in these different carousels. Unfortunately, that's all invisible to Google because it's part of the image, right? All that text is part of each of those images. And then what's left? There's really only product names and prices and some product images. That's it. What do you even sell? If I'm Googlebot and I'm trying to assess what your page is about, see, if you look at all the text links, the only text on this page is links to internal pages, to product pages, and to category pages. Problem with that is Googlebot, and Google just generally takes the text, the anchor text of these links and associates them with the pages that you're linking to. So it's saying that, it's thinking that this Cat6 flat patch cables link, that's text, right? You think, oh, I got some text on my home page. Well, that's about the page that you're linking to. So if you say click here, by the way, you're telling Google that, hey, that page is all about click here. Unless you want to rank for click here, probably not a great idea. Okay, so now I want you to mentally set aside all of the links on the page, all that anchor text, and just say, okay, well, that's all about the pages I'm linking to. What is this page about? What's this home page about? It's about things like same-day shipping if ordered before 4:30 p.m. It's about featured products and featured categories and top sellers and recently viewed, and real reviews from real customers. It's not about a lot, so that's a big problem. Yeah, so I think we're probably at 5 minutes. Is that right? Yeah, so I hope that was helpful. We'll move on now to the next website.
Neaterpets.com,
Neater Pets.
So we just re-platformed from a really, really old solution website to the Shopify website.
Okay.
And it's only a couple months old, so our challenge, I guess, is to point out all the stuff that we're missing that we've only done very basic SEO stuff.
All right, so when you migrated from the old platform to the new one, did you see a dip in your search rankings and your traffic?
It actually improved quite a bit. I mean, our last website was pretty ancient, so.
Okay, that's good news.
But we also merged two sites into one. We had a neaterfeeder.com, which is our best product, and then actionable.com. We just merged those two together into one site, so I guess we also saw roots from that as well.
Okay, great. So for anybody who is going to be transitioning to another platform or doing a site redesign and changing URLs, or even acquiring another site and merging those two sites together, this is very important. When you migrate, you not only want to make sure that your 301 redirects are all set up correctly. You also need to keep the old XML sitemap alive. Do you know if you did that?
I don't.
So why the old XML sitemap? That is a shortcut to Googlebot to find all the redirects. How is it going to find all the redirects easily if you didn't feed it a list of them? Like, these are all the old URLs. Here you go. What normally happens is everything gets redirected, including the old XML sitemap. A terrible idea. And not only do you need to keep that old XML sitemap alive, as well as you provide a new XML sitemap with all the new URLs, this is only temporary, right? Maybe for months, 3, 4, 5 months, while Googlebot discovers all the redirects. You also need to make an adjustment to that old XML sitemap, just some small edit, so that Googlebot looks at that and says, oh, XML sitemap has been changed, time to go through it again. Very important little distinction. By the way, another bit of conversion advice, don't throw up a pop-up before I even get a chance to see what the page is about. So it's interrupting my ability to see what's in it for me as a user. Another bit of conversion advice. Timed pop-ups that have almost 0 seconds, not a great idea for conversion. Okay, so let's look at something other than the home page, because I gave the previous person some advice for SEO for the home page. Let's go to a category page. Let's go to dog, and I'm just going to go to a department page or a top level page like dog, and then we'll go into a lower level page like the dog leashes. All right. This is a common problem on e-commerce sites. Category level pages have very little content on them. It's just a list of product thumbnails and product names, and there's nothing to really sink your teeth into. What I don't want you to do is what a site like Walmart does, which is essentially spamming Google. Is anybody from Walmart here? Okay. Okay. So this happens across a lot of their pages, a lot of their category pages. This is a category page for closet organizers. You scroll all the way to the bottom and you see some beautiful prose that is just so compelling I want to read every word. Let's start. Closet organizers. There's nothing worse than a messy closet. Closet organizers are an efficient way to maximize closet space and keep your closet neat and tidy, making it easier to find what you're looking for. And your is misspelled there. From hanging shelves to full kits with racks and hanger rods, closet organizers create an aesthetically pleasing closet and reduce clutter in your home. And I could go on, but I'm gonna shoot myself if I do. So don't do that. But you need some copy. This has no copy. Has the same problem that that previous home page had. So what are we going to do that is valuable? It's not intro copy that says, dog products, we have dog things, dog beds, dog leashes, dog stuff, and we love dogs and dogs are great. Don't do that. What we want to create is something that's so valuable that people will link to this page directly. Deep links to internal pages help you so much. It's nice to get a link. Most links, they go to your homepage or they go to blog posts. Who goes to a category page and says, wow, I got to put that on my blog and link to that? Doesn't happen. Make this link worthy. Add content that makes this page irresistible for bloggers to link to. Do you know of any examples of an e-commerce site where it's a category page that's irresistible for people to link to? Anybody know of an example? Well, there are ones out there. And what I invite you to do is to do that. So what would be an example of something that would be valuable to add that's also keyword rich that helps set context to Google for what this page is about? Any ideas?
Question and answers.
What, frequently asked questions and the answers? Yeah. How about stuff that is just kind of more sensational, more exciting, kind of stuff that you might see on Reddit, for example? or the kind of stuff you might see on BuzzFeed. Here's a little trick. If you're at a loss for what to write about, and you don't have to write a huge tome. This is a category page. I'm looking for maybe a couple hundred words of copy. But it doesn't have to be all about the one thing. It could be like, these are our favorite tips and tricks, and these are our favorite trends and so forth. If you're looking at a page of a category page of shoes, you could, I don't know, share like the top 10 most expensive shoes ever made and ever sold. Right? So there's one from, I don't know, the 16th century that King Louis, the whatever, wore, and that was a $5 million pair of shoes. That'd be really cool. That's fun. That sort of stuff is the sort of thing you'd see on BuzzFeed. So here's how you find really great inspirational content. You're not going to copy and paste. You're going to use this as inspiration. So let's use the word dog, and then add /buzzfeed.com. So this is restricting the results only to BuzzFeed, and it's dog specific. I can even take it up a notch and get a little more sophisticated and say in title, dog. So that means dog is in the title of the post. It must be all about dog because it's in the title. So now let's look for some inspiration. 19 pictures that will make you want to get a dog immediately. Okay, that'd be fun and interesting if I didn't already have a dog, but your target audience already has a dog, so that doesn't fit. This test will reveal which dog breed best suits you. Okay, well again, you didn't have a dog yet and you're going to get one. That's not great. 18 things to help you take care of your senior dog. Well, if you had a page or category specialized to senior dogs, that's some interesting content that you could write about. This dog got detained for chasing a deer, and okay, that's what. And his reaction is priceless, and whatever. Okay, so this sort of thing is going to give you a lot of inspiration, and again, you're going to just kind of tease the reader with some great content that then they have to click through to the blog post or the article to get the full thing. Right? You're going to give them that most expensive pair of shoes thing or whatever as a little bit of teaser copy. Like the 10 most expensive dog breeds on the planet. That sounds really interesting, and you only give them 5, and then for the rest they have to click to the blog post that's all about that. I think that's a pretty good strategy. So it's just something more than just, dog stuff, dog whatever, we love dogs. Don't do that. Okay? One more thing I'll do really quick is just a site search to see what you've got going on for your titles and meta descriptions and so forth. Okay, you have the same problem, a little worse actually, because these don't even make any sense. Arkansas Online, Neater Pets, don't know what that is even about. Homepage Neater Pets, that's even worse. News Neater Pets, these are not good title tags. So that's low-hanging fruit. You're going to go through, start at the top level, the home page, then the department, category level pages, product pages, etc. Work your way down the site tree with new, more optimized title tags. And that's a good start. So there you go. Thank you. All right, moving on. Next site.
Our site is freedomshowers.com.
Freeman?
Freedom.
Oh, Freedom.
Yeah, Freedom
Showers?
That's it.
Cool.
And our top challenges, I guess, are the obvious one is ranking for high-value keywords, but also getting high-value backlinks.
All right, great. Well, let's talk about high-value backlinks. First, I want to do a little assessment of how you're doing in terms of backlinks. I'm going to use a few different tools for that. One of them is Majestic. Anyone use Majestic? Okay, this is a great tool. Freedom Showers. And there are 2 metrics here that are really important. One is trust flow and another is citation flow. Your trust flow is not fantastic. Well, just for a point of comparison, oh, and by the way, these two metrics are logarithmic, meaning that we're not 26% of the way to 100 here. This is a pretty low number in comparison to, if we were looking at a linear scale. A great way to grasp how logarithmic scale works is a graph I'll pull up here. Page rank, not graph. Take a look at this. See that? This is on a page. This is on a 0 to 10 scale, logarithmic, and you can see that a 7 out of 10 is way down at base camp. See that? So that means that we, with a what was your number there? 26. Okay, so 26 out of 100 is way down at the bottom of the mountain. Your 29 is actually higher than your 26. I want to see it the other way around. I want to see more trust than importance. Citation flow is about importance. Trust flow is about trust. I want you to be more trusted than you are important, but it's the opposite for you. They're close. Just for a point of comparison, have a look at this. This is my personal blog. My little site has a 46 trust flow. And my citation flow is a 39. So I've got the right skewing more trust than importance. And so when you say that you want high value links, I would adjust that and say I want high trust links. High trust. That's going to really move the needle for you. And if we continue to use this tool, we can look at who's linking to you. We can also use this tool to put in competitors and see where your competitors are getting their best links from and all that. We don't have time to do all that. This isn't the only tool that you can use to do that kind of analysis. A few other tools I really like. One is Ahrefs, excellent tool set. Another is link research tools. Love link research tools. It's amazing. There are over 24 different tools inside of LRT. I can do some really sophisticated things, like let's say that I have a whole bunch of link opportunities before I go out and try and get them. I can feed them into a tool called the LORT tool, Link Opportunities Research Tool, and see which ones are actually worth going after. Does a ton of analysis, not just looking at things like the trust flow and so forth. So I would recommend, first of all, this tool set, LRT, includes something called Link Detox. Who's heard of Link Detox? Anyone? Okay, so just a few of you. You all need to know about this. There's something that's very evil in the world of SEO, and it's called negative SEO. Has anyone heard of negative SEO? Yeah. Negative SEO is all about your competitor hurting you and your reputation to Google through things like low quality link building to your site. Or how about this one? This is the most evil thing of all. They actually ask for links to be removed on your behalf. You ever get a link removal request like, hey, you've linked to my site and I actually don't want the link, can you please remove it? Well, low quality website owners get those link requests a lot, link removal requests. So what a evil negative SEO person might do is email website owners on your behalf, pretending to be you, saying, I would like you to remove the link to my site. Your site is low quality and I don't want a link anymore. And if you don't comply, I'm going to report you to Google. And then they get a whole bunch of your links removed. Oh my goodness, it's so evil. So the thing I want you to do, all of you, is to use this tool set to do a link detox. That's one of the tools in the several dozen inside of Link Research Tools. Link Detox will analyze, it will triage your link profile. Triage meaning you're going to have 3 groups of links. You're going to have the low quality, toxic links. You're going to have suspicious links. We don't know yet, and you have to do a manual check of each of those to determine if they're toxic or not toxic. And then the innocuous ones, the ones that are no problem. The toxic ones, you're going to have to disavow. You have to do outreach to and say, hey, please remove the link. A small number will comply. And then for the rest, you're going to disavow them. So you're going to do link detox analysis to see how much of that work you're going to need to do. And then you do this at least quarterly. You got to run a link detox at least quarterly to see what's going on with your link profile in terms of toxic links. And then you can do outreach using another tool called Pitchbox to request that those toxic links get removed. And those two tools are tightly integrated together. Pitchbox, which is this tool, and Link Research Tools is Link Detox. All right, so now real quick, let's have a look at something that might be worthy of a whole bunch of high trust links. What could we create that is so amazing, people just can't resist it. They have to link to it, they have to blog about it, they have to share it on social media, all that good stuff, and your post, your content piece goes viral. Have you tried creating that kind of content? What was the most successful thing?
Some of the blog articles of particular products and the blog articles were better.
So okay, so run that by me again.
The blog article on a specific product would very well.
Okay, so you're blogging about a specific product. That's not viral. Okay, let's brainstorm here for a second. So if your product line is about showers, that's not terribly sexy, that's not terribly viral. Special needs, yeah, got it. If you had an article about discrimination for people with special needs, I've seen so many things on Facebook, so many things on BuzzFeed and so forth, where somebody was singled out and treated harshly and whatever, and then it's a feel-good story that got out, and then somebody said, well, let's do something to help this person, because that's not fair with how they were mistreated, and then they end up, I don't know, like raising a whole bunch of money and buying the person a house. Let's find some feel-good stories that start really bad, because we don't want to depress people. We're not going to buy a product by looking... And remember, too, this is very important. You don't have to create this content for your customers. You create content that's link bait, link-worthy content that's hopefully potentially viral for the linkerati, for those website owners and bloggers who have a ton of link authority, who have a lot of trust flow, a lot of citation flow. That's who we're targeting. And if none of your customers care about that content piece, that's fine. I mean, they'll just not read that blog post. No problem. So very, very important. So if we wanted to find that kind of content about these feel-good stories of, let's use some queries here, like handicapped or disabled, or is in all caps, or what would be another keyword, like special needs, in quotes, and then BuzzFeed.com. Let's use BuzzFeed again. We can also use Upworthy, we can use Viral Nova, we can use Distractify, we could, yeah, so those are a few examples. Board Panda. Those sort of viral sites tend to have a ton of great viral content that we can use as inspiration. The disabled student says she almost missed an exam because, okay, I don't know what that was about. I'm sure we can find some really great stuff in here. And then you could take it to the next level and say, all right, now I want to interview this person and see what life is like for them now. So they got the free house, how's their life different? So it's not just a paraphrasing of some BuzzFeed article. So I hope that was helpful. Yeah. All right.
My name is Budi. My website is rupa.com.
RUBA. Okay. Can somebody help me? I'm not hearing that quite right. RUP.
Yeah, RUPA.
A. Oh, twice. Rupa.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that.
My biggest challenge is we have a lot of subcategory, more than like 1,000 subcategory, and we found this that how we can manage the SEO efficiently and effectively.
So you have a lot of subcategories?
Yes.
How many?
More than 1,000. It's more than 2,000.
2,000 subcategories. Okay. Wow. And you're not using subdomains or anything for those, I hope?
No.
Okay. I've actually come across prospects who used thousands of subdomains, and that looks really spammy. Don't ever do that. Okay. Uh-oh, what is this?
It's SEO footer actually.
It's SEO copy?
Yeah.
Oh, no! No, don't do that. Google does not think very much of that. These are the hallmarks of SEO copy. It's down by the footer because you don't want humans to read it. It's not for humans, it's for spiders and search engine algorithms. It's got a bunch of keywords in it. And even worse, if it has keyword-rich text links embedded into all that copy. That is the hallmark of SEO copy, and that is a penalty just waiting to happen. So remove it. And instead, if you want to have some great copy on this page, work that copy that is very valuable, interesting, useful copy. Right? If you look at a site like Bed Bath & Beyond, for example, on category level pages and so forth, they have these little tips and tricks and FAQ type things, little tidbits of useful knowledge, right? So you're looking at sheets and it explains thread count, or it explains the benefits of Egyptian cotton versus regular cotton. You know, it's little tidbits of useful data, and that's good stuff, and this is not. So you can incorporate those sorts of tidbits of useful copy into this homepage, and you'll definitely get a lift from that. So let's look at what's going on with your categories. I'm going to, instead of going through your category structure on your site, I'm going to look at the site colon results. Do all of your categories have a certain URL structure to them?
Yeah.
So they're all in a directory or something?
Yeah, it's a subfolder.
It's in what?
A subfolder.
A subfolder. What's that subfolder name?
Like a sofa.
So furniture,
Yeah.
and then sofa.
Yes.
Okay, so let's look at the furniture subfolder. So this is another trick that you can use with a site colon search. You can actually put a subdirectory right into that search query. You don't have to use in_colon. If it's the next thing after the .com, you just add it to the end of that site colon query. Isn't that cool? So let's see what you have in furniture. Wow. Are those all category pages? Or do these also include product pages?
Could be a product page.
Oh, could be a product page. Okay. Always go to the end of the search results and see that little message at the bottom that says essentially that some of these results have been omitted. That means the duplicate content filter of Google has been triggered and a whole bunch of listings have been removed from the search results let's go ahead and add those omitted results back in by clicking on that link. So now we're going to get a whole bunch of stuff, and more stuff than we had before. I'm going to go to a category page within here, subcategory. What language is this?
Yeah, it's Indonesian language.
Indonesian, okay. Is this a product page, or is this a, this looks like a product page? No, it's category. Okay. So 2,000 category pages. And do you have a lot of pagination going on too? Like,
No, yeah. Actually, it's more like for pagination.
okay. So you don't have so much pagination because you have so many categories. I'm going to view source, and then I'm going to look at, just because we're talking about pagination, I want to see if you have the rel, prev, rel, next codes in your HTML.
It's another problem that we use React.js technology.
Okay. So you're not, so does that mean you're not using rel, prev, and rel, next? Okay. Bummer. Okay. Well, that's something that you should address. Do you have the ability to work that into the into this e-commerce platform, or are you stuck?
Yes, we have
Okay. If you do have an e-commerce platform that doesn't allow you to do things that are essential for SEO, like hreflang tags, for example, or rel prev and rel next, so that you're telling Google your pagination sequence, you can use a middleware tool, something that is going to fix a bunch of SEO issues without having to adjust your e-commerce platform. A tool like RankSense might be worth exploring if that's an issue for you. Okay, so you got the same issue that I mentioned earlier where there's no text on the page. It's just a bunch of product thumbnails and product names and prices. And the product names are linking. So that's just anchor text. There's no other text on this page besides anchor text, pretty much, the prices. So what would I do in this issue where you've got lots and lots of categories and subcategories? I would provide lots more ways of organizing this with taxonomies. Problem that we often have with, let's say, a blog is that we'll have date-based archives, we'll have tag pages, and like a tag cloud, we'll have different ways into the same base number of blog posts. Let's say we have 100 blog posts, and we have all these umpteen different ways to get to the same 100 blog posts. Well, that doesn't look good. That doesn't look good to Google, and there's a lot of duplicate content there, and you probably have some of that going on with your site. But if you pay attention to how you are internally linking to those 100 blog posts or those 100 products or whatever, and only link in ways that it's contextually relevant, you drop all the date-based archives, you're not linking in that way anymore because nobody's going to search for June 2008 blog posts for, to find your stuff. So that whole link hierarchy is useless. Useless to users, it's useless for SEO, so don't use it. If you're providing any kind of low-value hierarchy like that, remove it. But if you can add more valuable internal linking structure where you're using brands and types of products and colors and sizes and things like that, but you got to be careful if you're doing something like faceted navigation, then you can provide umpteen millions numbers of facets, and then you're really spamming Google. So don't do that. Just be very deliberate and strategic with the way that you're internally linking to these 2,000 different category pages. Because if all you have is one navigation structure to get into those 2,000, most of those 2,000 won't have much juice by the time you get to them. Does that make sense? All right, so we spent a lot more time on that one, but I hope that was helpful. All right.
Hi, my name is Hitesh, and our website is paperstyle.com.
Paper style?
One of the things that I have is like, we've been in business for 18 years. We have quite a good marketing presence for three of our biggest categories, which are baby shower invitations, bridal shower invitations, and birthday invitations. We sell party invitations basically, and these three keywords nowadays.
What are
They
the?
are on the third page, one day they are on the second page, they disappear the next day. So we cannot figure out what's going on with those. Every other category that we have, we are pretty much stable with them, and we do the same thing that we do for one category versus another category. So you get basically from the baby tab at the top.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you off here because we want to have enough time that we can assess what's going on. So the key point here is that your rankings for a couple critical keywords have dropped off suddenly, and you don't know why that happened. Okay. So, all right. What's one of those keywords?
At the very top is baby shower invitations.
Baby shower.
Under the baby tab.
Under the baby tab. Baby shower invitations. Okay. All right. Well, you're doing the same thing that Walmart's doing.
That is correct. And if we are compelled to do this, just because the computer started doing this stuff, we didn't initially do this. We had a real meaningful banner at the top
Yeah.
of the page. People to the way with that and stuffing reviews. So, for example, there's a
Yeah. Okay. So let me just advise you right now to get rid of this, because this is not good for anybody. This is not going to be helpful for somebody to read that. It's what's that? Okay, well maybe the reviews, but these don't look like reviews. It looks like it's there for SEO purposes. If it were testimonials or product reviews or something, it'd be more integrated in a way that is more accessible and more interesting. Like if you look at how I've integrated my testimonials from clients into my website, this is so much easier for people to absorb and get the key point. It's good, good for SEO to have good content, and this is actually valuable for humans. So my SEO clients are looking at whatever the page is, and this is easily consumable, and it's social proof. It's valuable. Of course, product reviews are great social proof, but they're not digestible in the form that you've put them. So Google has this headless browser. Googlebot is a headless browser based on Chrome, and it's analyzing how the page is laid out, where all the keyword-rich text is, and how tiny the font size is. And if you're trying to play games with them and put it way down at the bottom and say, well, I don't want humans to read this, there's this patent that Google filed called the reasonable surfer patent. If the reasonable hypothetical web surfer is unlikely to click on a link because it's so tiny, or unlikely to read that text because it's so tiny, so buried, then Google shouldn't count it either. So this stuff is not helping you, it's only hurting you. So that's probably part of what's going on for you. But you need to do more than just remove the bad stuff, you need to add good stuff. Right? Just like when you do a link cleanup, remove the toxic links from your link profile, you got to replace that by doing some proactive, high-value link building as well. We actually got a lot of traffic to those pages,
these three keywords are the ones where we can challenge. Like this same wording that you saw, review and that.
Yep.
Also available on other keywords, and it's wording these three mysteriously we cannot figure out.
Well, here's the thing. There's something called a keyword level penalty. A certain page might be singled out for a particular keyword because you over-optimized for it. You know, back in the day, I'm not going to name the site, but that particular site, huge brand, sells lots of shoes. Its homepage stopped ranking for the keyword shoes. Okay, what the heck? They finally got to ranking again after a while, but it was never their homepage. Their homepage never came back to ranking on page 1 for shoes. It was a page that was /shoes. It's like, wow, what happened? Keyword level penalty. Over-optimization of a page like shoes, 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 shoes. We want to rank for shoes, shoes, shoes. I think that's probably what's happening for you. So we got to move on to the next site. I hope that was helpful. All right. And by the way, how many minutes do we have left? 7 minutes. Okay, so for those of you who I'm not going to get to everybody, I will stick around for as long as it takes in another room or another area, so we won't bother the next sessions. 183B is where I will hang out until everybody gets what they need from me. Okay, and my flight's not till 10 o'clock tonight. So I'll probably only be able to get to you, so sorry for the rest of you. But 183B, and I got plenty of books over there too. So I will. Oh, and I got books here as well. So if you if you're in line or were in line, and I didn't get to you, come up here and I'm going to give you a book right now. So you guys definitely get a reward for standing in line the whole time. You're welcome. All right, and let's see how many more we got. And we'll do our last site. Okay. Yeah, and who? You want the big one? Okay. You can't fit in your suitcase. Yeah, you will go overweight. All right. Last site. Let's proceed. ampedandco.com.
So we're primarily wholesaler. We distribute to North America. Our biggest challenge has been in the last couple of years since we started. Our online sites have fallen to the side. So we're trying to interested in ways that we can drive more traffic to our site that are retailers looking at open up right now, but also looking at consumers.
Okay. Well, I'm going to try a few things here that we haven't done yet for other sites. I'm going to do a page speed analysis on you. So let's do that. I mean, this is the sort of stuff that I just, as part of an SEO audit for a client, I'll go through and I'll run through probably 40 different tools. And from a page speed perspective, there are about 4 or 5 that are must-use tools. You start with Page Speed Insights, but that's not an amazing tool. It's a starting point. So we'll start with that, but then we're going to use testmysite.thinkwithgoogle.com as well. Then we'll use GT Metrics. That's with an X. Okay, and we'll use webpagetest.org. And we'll use a tool that's a Chrome extension called Lighthouse. Okay, so we're going to use all of those tools here and analyze what's going on with your page speed, because page speed is not only an SEO factor, it's also a conversion factor. If you have really slow loading pages, you're going to kill your conversion rate. So it's doubly important to have a really screaming fast website. All right, so that's That tool is called Lighthouse. And incidentally, inside of Chrome, there's something called Chrome Developer Tools. It's built right in, and inside of that, there's this little tiny icon that looks like a smartphone and a tablet. You see that? It's probably hard to see, but if you click on that little icon, it goes into a smartphone emulator. You don't even need to use a smartphone or a tablet to check a bunch of things with your site. You can just hit that icon, and you can also change different settings in there to like different kinds of smartphones, different kinds of tablets, etc. Really cool. So let's have a look. What's that? Yeah, Lighthouse Chrome extension. You don't need to use Lighthouse to do the mobile emulator, but if you turn on the mobile emulator and reload the page and then you use Lighthouse on that, then it will run the analysis on your mobile version of your site. It's pretty cool. So web page test, if you're doing pretty well, that's great. You just get it 1C, but let's look at GT metrics. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh, not so good. So this is why you want to use multiple tools. Because one tool might say, hey, you're good. And the other tool says, whoa, wait a second. You got an F and a D. Oh, and there's one more tool, yslow, yslow.org. So there's so many tools just for page speed analysis. And then what are you going to do to fix the Fs and the Ds? Like the time to first byte is really bad or whatever. Easiest thing would be to hire an expert to fix all this stuff for you. But there are 2 books that I highly recommend on page speed optimization. Both are written by Steve Souders, who's like one of the top page speed experts in the world. He actually wrote Page Speed Insights when he was working at Google, and he wrote yslow when he was working at Yahoo as their chief performance engineer. So Steve Souders. His 2 books are High Performance Websites and Even Faster Websites. If you're going to do it in-house and fix your page speed issues, these are the 2 books. And they're a little old now, but a lot of that stuff is still very valuable and valid. And yeah, it's a good starting point.
How do you go to the trust of what's saying A, what's saying F before you decide to go after the bottom of the site versus B? How do you know what's that?
How do you know which tool is correct?
Yeah, one says F, one says A.
Yeah, so if you're getting corroboration across multiple tools, so one tool says, hey, you're good, and then 3 other tools say your time to first byte is terrible, then and you're looking granularly at certain areas, and you're seeing, is that particular area, like time to first byte, is that a problem on multiple tools? If it is, then I probably have an issue I got to deal with. All right, and then there are 2 types of optimizations for page speed. They're server side and they're client side. Server side are things like I need to turn on gzip compression. I didn't have that on. Oops. Right? Or I've got way too many WordPress plugins turned on, and it's really bloating the web server and dragging it down. So I need to turn a lot of those off. Client side would be things like the order of the JavaScripts and the CSS and how they load affects how the page paints, and the wrong order, and everything kind of comes to a screeching halt. Nothing else loads until that one thing finishes. I'm sure you've seen plenty of web pages where it's just white. There's nothing. You wait for 15 seconds and then boom, suddenly the rest of the whole page paints. It's really bad for conversion, and it's just incorrect client-side optimization. All right, so are we out of time? Darn it! Okay, well, I'm going to be around for a while. Here's the text short code again. 33444, and then the keyword is IRCE 18. In order to get a book, I need to see that you texted that, and you also get some great digital goodies. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Stephan. Lots of immediately actionable information for you to take home, as promised. We're going to take a short break now. So there's coffee service outside the room, and we'll see you back here at 10:30.
Great. Glad you enjoyed it. So let me grab my computer. Thank you. All right, guys.
Play the award music. You know, the next
Yeah,
kick you off to the next person. Where do they do that with the Grammys?
yeah, right.
Hey, Stephan, sorry. Thanks for taking the fielding that question. I'm just wondering because I know we talked about like the paid speed, but kind of going back to like our biggest challenge is like because we sell wholesale, we do like a lot of trade shows, and we get customers that way. But how can I I want to understand what we can do with our site to attract, either more wholesale customers to fill out our lead. Like we have a wholesale request form
Okay.
to capture that lead, and also because we're a new brand, we lack that visibility and awareness with the end customer. So
Okay.
anything that you can suggest for that would be.
So you're trying to attract wholesale customers. Do you know what keywords that you're targeting?
Not really. Like I think what ends up happening is like we get stores that come to our website, they fill out like an opening account form.
It's B. It's one more over.
I get the impression that they either see our products online or they go into a store, they see one of the packages and they go right to our website. So they're not looking for, and we sell neon lights, for example.
Okay.
I don't think they're typing in neon lights wholesale. I think they're coming to our website either directly, we get a lot of like direct traffic.
Okay.
So
Oh my gosh, half the room's coming in. Everybody wants a book. Okay, so I'm going to answer your question in just a minute.
Sure, no problem.
But let's kick them on in, everybody. How are we going to do this? Because I don't have books for everybody, but I got a lot of books. So, come on, everybody.
I got proof that they didn't go through.
Oh no, what happened?
I don't know. I tried a couple times.
33444.
Yeah, I tried that too.
Mine went through fine.
Okay. So I tested on
Try one
mine.
more time.
Mine went through.
Could just be a network.
Address and to the email address too.
Yeah. So yeah, worked for me, worked for you. Who didn't have it work? Who didn't have it work? Like you. Okay. So just it'll work. Might be a while. Might be some sort of issue with the network. It's not the service. I'm using lead digits. So you'll get a book anyways. But how many people do we have?
I know I'm not here for a book. I'm just here to finish up the review.
Okay.
So,
Same.
Okay. All right. So who wants a book? All right. Who wants the Art of SEO, the big one? Who wants the little one, Google Power Search?
What's Google Power Search? Which one's that?
That's on how to find anything in Google, like confidential business plans, Forrester research reports. I've even found credit card number files with expiration dates, and no, that's not in the book. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So who wants that one? The little one? Okay. So let's start with that. And of course, you're all welcome to stay once you have your book. I'm going to go through every single question until I can't talk anymore.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, and I have business cards too. Let me find those. Okay, so here are business cards, and I'm just going to put these here. And if you wanted the small book, there you go.
Get those nice long arms.
Sorry.
A book or a card? Oh.
So yes, the cards are here, and there's the books. And if you need a card and I run out, I got more. Find more cards. Oh, and if you're into podcasts, these are my podcast cards. So Optimize Geek and then Marketing Speak, I recommend both.
Where do your rates start at per month?
Well, for SEO coaching, it's $5,000 a month, and for consulting, it's $15,000, maybe higher, depending on the scope per month.
Sure.
Let's
We're
see.
using an agency and they're just terrible.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Agency.
IMI? Thank you.
Wasn't one I was looking at. So.
Okay, so those are the business cards, and did everybody who wanted the Google Power Search book get it?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's move on to the big one. It's like Christmas. More like Oprah.
Yeah.
Who wants a car? You're all getting a car! Let's move this over here.
Take that one. Thank you very much.
There you go.
The agency also wasn't focusing on backlinks.
Oh no.
I don't know if you do that.
That's like one of the 3 pillars of SEO. That's not good.
Left your dongle. Left your dongle.
Oh, thank you. There we go. Yep. There's one more box. Okay. Now we're going to have to, I'm going to chuck them so that people in the back still get the book. All right. Now how we're going to do this so it's fair, because some people are not in the front. I'm going to go traveling. So just here we go. Here we go. And who wants a book?
Maybe not.
Who wants a book from over here? Yeah, good. There we go. Oh boy, we're down to 2. Okay, I'm going traveling again. Okay, last book. All right. I do have some Google Power Search books left, so if you didn't get Art of SEO, who wants a Google Power Search book now?
Yes.
Oh. Merry Christmas.
Yes.
Go ahead. If you want me to sign it, after I answer some questions, I will sign some books. All right. So now I think everybody could get a Power Search book if they want it. Perfect.
Sorry.
Yeah, I want to write a blog.
Yeah. Okay, sure.
Let me come on this side.
Let me take that off.
Okay. Cheese.
Cheese.
Oh, I should put the book in front, but it's okay. Thank you.
Yep, you bet. If you want, we could take another with the book.
Yeah, that would be fantastic.
Okay, sure.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll check you soon.
Yeah.
You're gonna be in the blog. Okay. The book. Oh yes. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I feel like such a celebrity.
You are. Absolutely.
Thanks. Okay, so question time.
Say it on it.
Okay, so who's got fast questions? Let's start with fast questions.
The backlinks you talked
Back-
about.
Backlinks I
What
talked
if you
about.
find that one website is linked to you thousands of times, and you want to stop that, and you get rid of all of those backlinks at once? What then?
Well, that's good. You want to get rid of all the
But do you lose any value anywhere?
if the backlinks were helpful to you,
Okay.
then that would be bad. Typically, a site-wide link is not good for you. Unless it's like your, I don't know, distributor, business partner, or supplier, or something like that. Then it's like, okay, Google knows that there's a relationship there. You're not getting any trust from that link, but you're getting some importance. That's not bad. It's the toxic links that are site-wide. We got to disavow and ideally just get them off the link graph completely by emailing the webmaster of that toxic site saying, please remove the site-wide link. And if they don't comply, then you send another email and you get a little nastier, and then you send another email and get even nastier, and then you give up on them and you disavow them. So you use a tool to semi-automate this. You use Pitchbox, does the outreach. It does outreach not just for link building, but for link removals. So you're asking Pitchbox.
Determining if it is toxic, they've linked to tons of our products.
Yeah.
No problem.
So they've linked to a lot of your pages, yeah.
Right.
Okay, but have they done that across a lot of their pages, or it's all on one page?
It's all on a couple websites.
On a couple websites, so okay.
2 or 3.
You can disavow the entire website. Yeah, but first try to get them to remove all the links. But don't do this if the site is not toxic. If it's toxic, you got to run through link detox to see if who is toxic that's linking to you, and only those sites, well, the suspicious ones that you go through and then say, oh, those are toxic as well. So those you're going to disavow, ideally get them removed, do the link removal request. Okay, so that's a pain in the butt. It's not that terrible though, because somebody who knows what they're doing. My team does this for our clients and might take 10 hours, all in. It's not onerous.
Can I ask another one? You talked about the content, the Walmart, and the putting content at the bottom of your category pages.
Yeah.
It almost sounded like it's not useful at all. I know you gave examples of finding compelling articles and what maybe adding a link to your blog with a deeper article regarding. But then it sounded like you also said internal linking. So if you have your category page and you're building out a conversation that's easier for people to link within your site. I mean, I guess that's where I get confused. I've had one person saying, yes, add the content on the page, but I feel like you're saying, no, don't do that.
It depends on the content. So you need either an SEO expert to say, this is terrible content and it should not go on the site, or this is great content, users are going to love it as well, and therefore we don't want to make it look like SEO copy by putting it at the bottom in the footer area because people don't read lots of copy down there. We need to put it in places where users are going to actually read it, because Googlebot is able to discern where that copy is and whether it's likely or unlikely that the reasonable hypothetical web surfer is going to consume that content.
Part of our reason for putting it at the bottom of the page right now is not necessarily it just being there for keywords, but in reference to our website being mobile friendly. We don't want the customer to land on that page and there be a ton of content at the top before they're actually getting to products and subcategories.
But you can change that layout depending on if it's the mobile layout, then it can be down at the bottom, but for the desktop layout, it's higher up the page. You can also hide or collapse content, use like hamburger menus and put things in like hidden tab, not hidden, but like separate tabs. Just realize that stuff that you kind of make less visible on mobile will likely get discounted. Not completely, but partially discounted, because there's this thing called mobile first indexing, and Google is looking at the mobile version of your site much more so than the desktop version of the site for indexing, for ranking purposes and analyzing the page. So, yeah, you might want to, like I said, you enlist the help of an SEO expert. I don't know where one might exist, but get some advice about what should be collapsed, what should be front and center, what should be lower down the page, where if they scroll, then it's, it's useful, it's not in the way, but it's not completely discounted. It's a balancing act. Yeah. All right.
So to piggyback back on her backlink question,
Yeah.
we have content scrappers that just take our content like images, put it on their site, no links back to our site. But when you do Google image search,
Yeah.
you'll see your invitations on their website, right?
Okay, so you're seeing a bunch of scraper sites that are stealing your content.
And
Just don't worry about scraper sites because Google knows all about scraper sites and they're not giving those any credence. So you're probably getting some backlinks from some scraper sites and some scrapers are just stealing your content without backlinking. Either way, it's probably a waste of your time. It's like playing whack-a-mole. Just forget about it. You know, you could disavow them for those that are linking to you, but it's not a high-value activity to focus on. I'm very outcome-focused. Activity-focused is how most SEOs are. Hey, it's on the checklist. We need to optimize our meta descriptions. We need to do all the stuff that is low-value stuff. Like optimizing your meta descriptions doesn't improve your rankings. So why am I doing that? If I have other things that are more valuable, I may never get to optimizing my meta descriptions, and that's okay. So outcome focus, that's the key. And that is not a good outcome, is to like go after all the scraper sites. There's no outcome there. There's no value for you. Yeah.
thanks.
Like, so what I understand is like SEO is pretty much a full-time job. You have to be watching for, you know, for the website performance, backlink, creation of content that has context. So it's impossible for an agency to charge $1,000, $1,500, $2,000, even $3,000 to do a good job.
Correct.
All right, that's my question.
Yeah. Now I will qualify that by saying if you, so 3,000, yeah, you're not.
You can outsource.
Maybe 3,500. There's one company that I know that will do a good job at 3,500. 3,500 to 5,000 a month. It's actually my daughter. She's an SEO. She's on MSNBC. I'm very proud of her. And so she's in that price range, starting at 3,500. Nothing any lower than that.
What's the name of
It's Chloe Spencer, so chloespencer.com. Yeah, so like I said, I'm in the 15,000 and up price range, but she's very good, trained by me, obviously. She's 27 years old, so it's not like you're dealing with a teenager. She's really good.
Okay,
I know you're probably thinking, like, how the hell old is Stephan? I didn't start when I was 10. I'm 47, so. Anyway, so that's a good kind of rule of thumb is at the bare minimum 3,500, but typically when you talk to agencies that are decent, 5,000, 7,500, 10,000 a month, 1,250.
They have to put time in it.
12,500. Yeah, it's time. And if you reduce the scope to the point where, you know, we're only going to work on, I don't know, let's say backlinks for a while, or we're only going to work on a technical SEO audit for a while, and then we're only going to work on a content audit and so forth. You can get down to 3,500 or 5,000 a month, but it's very hard to find somebody good who's willing to take that little money. And then if you hire somebody who's not great, then it's not only a waste of your money, but you can end up penalized because they did stuff that's not best practice anymore, or that's like sketchy, or yeah, it's dangerous. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So my company is a very niche company. We sell memorial products online, and we have like our competitors have a lot of backlinks. So my question for you is, how can we get quality backlinks? Because we need to compete.
Yeah. So you need to think differently. You need to create what I would refer to as remarkable content. And when I say remarkable, it doesn't have to be the best. It doesn't have to be the most interesting or the most humorous or the most anything. It just has to have something about it that's worth remarking about. So I'm actually using Seth Godin's definition of remarkable. Seth Godin wrote The Purple Cow, and you have to create a purple cow. You know, somebody's driving down the country roads and sees cows in the pasture, and nobody says, "Oh, stop the car, we've got to take photos." Unless it's a purple cow, then everybody's going to want to take photos and selfies with the purple cow. That's pretty amazing. So you got to create purple cows.
Do affiliate links have any impact on that?
Yeah.
Do affiliate links have any impact on that?
Like your backlinks?
So if you're getting affiliate links to your
like
merchant
through
website,
through like a Pepper Jam or one of the big
those won't count.
It won't?
even
No.
though it has
No, those won't count. Google knows that there's a commercial relationship there. They know all about link share and Pepper Jam and all that. Yeah, it's obvious to Google there's a commercial relationship there. It's not earned by merit. Google wants to count links that are earned by merit. If it looks like there's some sort of commercial transaction happening, they don't want to count that as a earned by merit sort of link.
It's like a widget, a good example?
Widget's a perfect example, yeah. It's the sort of thing where Google knows that there's something going on where it doesn't look completely natural. Okay, so there's some links embedded into the widget. Google's going to discount those.
They don't like it. Right?
Yeah, and let's say that you have, let's say you're a web design firm and you put links on the footers of every single client's website. Google's so onto that and has been for so many years. You don't get any benefit from that. In fact, you might end up over time having that hurt you. Because Google's getting more and more sophisticated with its algorithms, and they're using machine learning and AI. AI is like the next level of machine learning. AI is not artificial intelligence. AI is autonomous intelligence. That's where we're heading, so that should scare the heck out of all of us. So AI, how do you beat an AI? An AI at Google that is figuring out what kind of intention you have with this kind of link and everything. Super smart, smarter than a human at figuring that out. How do you beat an AI? How do you outsmart an AI? Anyone?
You don't.
No, you can.
You can.
But there's only one way.
The guy who's programming it.
You gotta be honest about it. It has to have no.
What did you say?
Human?
Human? No. Nope. It's the opposite end. Another AI.
Oh, another.
If you are not using AIs as an SEO, you're dead. Not today, maybe not even next year, but in 3 years' time, 5 years' time, you need to be like fully equipped with super powerful AIs to outsmart Google's AIs.
The gentleman's question that left about the cost, the monthly fee to support SEO. There's an opposite side to that. There's the return on that investment, right?
Yeah,
and that can be demonstrated.
Yeah. So there are tools that you can use to help prove the value and say, well, this SEO stuff that I'm doing is quite valuable. So, like for example, I mentioned in the session, RankSense. So they're on their roadmap. They have a capability for doing split testing of SEO changes. So let's say that we add hreflang, which is for internationalization, for SEO internationalization. You want to prove the value of doing that, and so you take a subset of your site, let's say one category or one subdomain or whatever, and this tool would inject that into that particular subdomain or subcategory, and half of the pages that it would add that to, and the other half it would not, and use that as the control.
An A/B test kind.
It's an A/B test.
And so Google just wants to find the best result for me, the searcher. So that's kind of where they start from.
Yeah.
And so they know if it's paid, probably not as good as an organic.
Well, yeah, if it's paid, then Google doesn't want to count it at all.
Right.
Because there's no editorial checks and balances there. Yeah. Yeah.
Your blog site, should that be like a subdomain?
No. That should ideally be on the same main www subdomain. Because when you get links to blog posts, that's a great launch pad for content marketing campaigns, is to put it on your blog. But if that's on a separate subdomain, or it's even worse, on a separate domain name, I've seen plenty of examples of online retailers who put their blog on a completely different domain name. That's ridiculous. Then you don't get the transfer, the bleed over into the rest of the site. It's the rising tide that lifts all boats. That's what we're after. So we get this incredible viral blog post. Like, for example, I did something for a client a while ago, overnightprints.com, and the campaign idea I came up with was Win free business cards for life. That's pretty cool. I mean, it was actually really cheap. The business cards for life contest cost almost nothing for the client to run, because it was 1,000 business cards a year for up to 20 years. It's like nothing. It's nothing, but it sounds really cool. That didn't make it remarkable yet, though. I brought in an incredible MC or spokesperson for that contest, a guy who's quite internet famous. Shoe Money is his nickname, Jeremy Shoemaker. So he's got a big following. He's famous for making quite a lot of money from internet marketing, like 8 figures from it. And so he did the kind of spokesman type thing for that contest. And the idea was design Shoe Money's new business card. And if you're the winner, you get free business cards for life. My client went from nowhere for the term business cards all the way to number 2. It took a year, and it was just that one campaign. Nothing else. They didn't do any other SEO. Like, they were stymied from being able to make on-page changes. They didn't do any other campaigns. It was just that one campaign. Within like 6 or 8 months, they were on page 1. Not the blog post announcing the contest, not the blog post announcing the winner, not the blog post announcing the finalist. It was the homepage, ranking number 2. I mean, initially it was at the bottom of page 1 after about 6 or 8 months, but then by the end of the year, number 2.
That's very competitive.
Very, very competitive. That was a huge win. So this is very doable, but you're not going to assume that you're always going to hit a home run like that. You're going to hit a lot of singles, a lot of doubles. So you need to, on that blog, this is just a content marketing platform for cranking out lots and lots of hopefully remarkable content, and occasionally you're going to hit a home run. Yeah.
Can you speak to the domain issue that you're talking about via blog? So I just started working for a new site. It's like a 150-year-old company.
Okay.
And so when they started their internal network, they named it www.nph.net. They named it the website. So now they have, so employees couldn't get to it internally. So now they redirect all of the users to online.nph.net.
Okay.
A friend of mine who knows a lot about SEO told me that that is bad. And I couldn't really find any evidence, any articles supporting that. And it's this big thing internally. I'm trying to understand how that impacts us.
When you change a okay, so I don't agree with him, first of all. I mean, it's like everybody has an opinion. It's like you just take everybody's opinion with a grain of salt. Even if they sound so authoritative, and like, test even my stuff. Like, if I say that H1 tags don't make a difference, and they don't. H1 tags do not make a difference, and this has been that way for years. You can test it. You can go to your website and take the H1 tag and turn it into an H6. There's going to be no rankings impact, 0. You could change it to a font tag even. No rankings impact. So you can test what I'm telling you. Make sure that it's real. With regards to that bit of advice, when you redirect from one subdomain to another subdomain, it's still in the same domain, so you still, like, there's this bleed over of domain authority, but the question is, will I lose some link equity in a transfer of a 301? Does 100% of that transfer, or does 80%, or 30%, or 98%? It's most, if not all. So am I worried that there's a redirect in place? No. Ideally, I want to minimize redirects. And if I've moved domains, I've moved subdomains, I've changed platforms or whatever, I have to use redirects. The flip side of that is, if I didn't, I'd have a whole bunch of 404s, and any links flowing into those 404 errors gets black hole. All that link equity right down the toilet. So we want to make sure that we're capturing all that link equity and passing it on. Is it a big loss that you have the redirect? No. So, you've got bigger fish to fry.
Stephan, I get huge cred. Would you mind signing in?
Oh, sure.
Some people back at the office will think I met God.
Wow.
Not
that's
not
really
okay.
okay. Oh. Right.
I learned once that the answer is in the question.
Uh-huh.
And that book right there is the ultimate way to word your question in Google.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Steve.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, who's next?
Just for somebody that's just starting out, what do you recommend learning?
Starting out, do you care about more about technical SEO or more about content optimization or more about link building or all the above? Okay, so if you start with my book, The Art of SEO, that's a great starting point. If you don't want to get overwhelmed with too much technical jargon at the beginning, start with chapter 7. So that chapter is all about content marketing and link building, and it's not super technical. There's a lot of creativity. It's almost like you put on your ad agency creative director hat and try and dream up brilliant, outside the box, remarkable campaigns that will get lots of links, and then how do I put on my PR hat, my public relations person hat, and outreach to these people in a way that it's compelling, it's value added, it's scratching their own itch to link to my stuff. So there's a lot of good stuff in that chapter. Yeah, and I also have some online courses. So if you go to stephanspencer.com, the courses are several $1,000s, so they're not inexpensive, but they're not super expensive either, and it's a lot better than just plowing through a 994-page book. So there's a course on SEO auditing, there's one on link building and content marketing, there's one on leveraging social media for SEO purposes. You won't get link equity directly from social networks. All of those are no-followed links. Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, even Wikipedia, they all no-follow their external links. So you're not getting link equity from it, but it's a great way to get the word out and get in front of the linkerati using social media. So I go through a whole bunch of stuff on how to do that. In fact, there's a tool called Follower Wonk that is really, really valuable. Very specific use case for this that I want to share. So followerwonk.com, what it allows you to do is if you are looking for a journalist or a subject matter expert, a thought leader in a particular niche, industry or whatever, let's say that you're trying to find retail journalists, so people who cover who are journalists in the retail space. This does a Twitter bio search for you. So you can find people who mention in their bio on Twitter that they're a retail journalist. Super cool. So if it's, just click here on search bios. It's the first tab there. And put in your keywords like retail journalist. Pretty nifty. That searches their bios, and then you can sort by things like how many tweets they put out or how many followers they have, how old their account is. So you go after those who have more authority and reach and more street cred in Twitter.
W-A-L-K.
Follower Wonk, W-O-N-K. Yeah, like a wonk is somebody who's a guru. Yeah. More questions, or do we want to start digging into websites?
Yeah. Oh, I was just going to say, audits. One more. How are you staying up to date? It seems like SEO is constantly changing. Things we were doing 10 years ago are not relevant any longer.
Well, some things still are. Title tags are still supposed to be keyword rich. We still need to do our keyword research to figure out which keywords are actually being searched on and which ones are not. And, there's a lot of tried and true foundational stuff that's still valid. But there is a lot of stuff that's fast moving. And the way I keep up is I'm constantly trying new things, figuring things out. Like in this book, I guarantee you there's tons of things that you'll never have figured out before. And stuff that I've not read anywhere. I'm not just regurgitating other people's stuff. I'm figuring things out. Like I'm poking and prodding at the Google algorithm. I do that constantly. You know, over a decade ago, I spoke at the first SMX Advanced, and I gave Danny Sullivan this idea for a session called Give It Up. Share your top secrets that nobody else knows in SEO. And he loved that idea, and so it was my idea. I had to bring it. It was a panel, and we had all these top SEOs. I had to like share some of my top secret stuff that I had figured out on my own and hadn't shared with anybody. Like one of them was, remember how Google used to group listings from the same site together and then indent? Remember those days? So the indented listing would be directly underneath. Well, I figured out that, let's say number 1 and number 2, let's say your competitor is occupying the first 2 slots. Well, that was because of what Google called host crowding, grouping the site, the listings together. So then I added to the end of the Google URL ampersand num equals 9, and I went from 10 results per page to 9. I figured that on my own, that I could actually look at 9 results per page. You can still do that. You can see 9 results per page, or 8 or 7. So you just keep iterating down by changing that number in the URL until that indented listing drops away. So if it dropped away when I did num equals 9, then it was at position 10, and it was just visually promoted. So I figured that out just by poking and prodding and just messing around. It's like some people mess around with their car, taking the engine apart and everything, putting it back together. I do that with Google. And when I shared that particular technique, figuring out the true position, and then going on to page 2 and saying, well, okay, I want to take some innocuous, non-threatening listing and promote it, send some link equity to it, link to it, maybe from my home page, just push it onto page 1 and knock my competitor's second listing that was number 2 all the way off onto page 2. And the competitor would never know what the hell happened to him. Like, wait, what? My second listing went away. And it's like, yes, it did. So you need to have that kind of mentality, because if you're just regurgitating other people's stuff, reading all the blogs and everything. I do read the blogs, SE Roundtable and Search Engine Journal, Search Engine Land and stuff. But I also write for Search Engine Land and some of these other sites. And I have to be on the cutting edge, ahead of everybody, figuring this stuff out. So that's the kind of partner that you need working on your SEO, is somebody who's on that bleeding edge, not just following everybody else's stuff. Because somebody's got to be at the front. Yeah.
How do you recommend handling pagination?
Pagination. So if you have a lot of pagination, let's say it's 30, 50, 100 pages of pagination, by the time you get pretty deep into the pagination series, there's no link equity left. So that's terrible. Some site owners have this bad idea that they need to canonicalize all those pages back to the first page. That's terrible, because those are not essentially duplicates of the first page of results. So let's say the first page of results, the first, the page 1 of a particular category has got 10 listings of products on it. All 300 or whatever other products that follow are not the same products, not even close to the first 10. So you can't do that. You need to use rel-prev and rel-next to be very specific to Google about how the pagination is set up. If you have 300 pages of results, though, that's too many. And you still have that issue, like when you start getting really deep into the pagination series, there's no link equity left, even though you've made it very clear to Google how the pagination series is set up. So what I would aim for is fewer pages of results and more categories, or more subcategorization. So expand on that hierarchy. If you only have 2 levels, make it 4. Go from department, category to subcategory, and then add 2 more. So that you're going, and then at that higher level, you're not going to allow users or Google to go 300 pages in. You're just going to have that be a selector for the next level down, right?
What about few more products as opposed to number, page 1, page 2, page 3?
Yeah, great question. So you could have a previous and a next button, or I like better to have page numbers, but not too many. Maybe it's 10, right? So if you're on page 1, then you could have there's no previous on page 1, but there's next. So you could have next, and then you could have some page numbers like 3, 4, 5, 6. You could do ... and then do 26, 27, 28. You know, if those are the last few pages of the pagination, and do something like that. You could there are plenty of plugins and things for different platforms that have different ways of paginating, or maybe the e-commerce platform has some different ways of configuring. So you'd say, well, I want to show the last few at the end of the pagination as part of the set of links at the bottom, or I just want to do the next 3 or 5 or 8 or whatever, and I wouldn't want like dozens. That's a terrible user experience, but I wouldn't want just next. I'd want maybe 3, 4, 5, 7 more than just the next button, because then I'm providing a shortcut for Google to get directly to page 6. And so there's more equity being shared from that first page of the pagination series to page 6 than if it was just next, 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 next.
What about no page numbers? So you just load more products, then you get down to those.
Yeah, so that's essentially like infinite scrolling, pulling in through Ajax.
Right.
Google's not fantastic at Ajax. So don't assume that all of that infinite scroll of products is going to get indexed and associated with that page that you're looking at. In fact, you probably want the first 20 or whatever products to be in regular HTML, some minimum number, so that for sure is going to get picked up by Googlebot. And then the rest of it that's being pulled in asynchronously through Ajax may or may not. At some point, Google's going to stop. Google's going to not go, 500,000 products in. So maybe it doesn't go any further than that first 20 or that first 50 that you've coded in HTML. That's okay. At least you got some. And then you can test this. This is a really cool technique. You learn it from this Google Power Search book. If you are checking to see if that content got picked up by Google, you're not entirely sure. If you look at the rendered page in the fetch and render tool, that doesn't tell you if that got picked up. Some people, a lot of SEOs think that if it didn't render on that fetch and render tool in Google Search Console, it's not in Google. It's not in the index. Not true. Or even worse, they'll think that if it's not showing up in the cached page, it didn't render. Not true. So you would have to do a search for a bit of text. Let's say it's 5 words in quotes. Let's say that, so one of my clients here, Digital Trends magazine, has a lot of JavaScript. And here's one of their pages. This is like essentially a category level page. This is a page all about a particular conference or convention. So there's some stuff that they've changed the way that this is coded now, based on some recommendations. But if I want, I can keep showing more. Then there's plenty of examples of websites where you don't have to hit a show more, and you can scroll forever. What I want to find out is, does this text show up in Google? Like, is it picked up by Google? So if I take, 10 words, put it in quotes from part of this page, the part that's part of Ajax, for example, and then I add to it site : digital trends, or actually, to get even more specific, so it's only this page, I don't use site : I'd use info : So I would do a Google search like this. I would say, well, let's take some text from here. Okay, the newest flagship devices boast. So I'm going to put that in quotes, and then I'm going to do an info colon digitaltrends.com/MWC. And if it's being picked up, then I would see that search listing there. It's not being picked up. Why is that? Because it's brand new. That article is brand new. So I'm not going to get too worried yet. I'm going to pick another one here that's, actually that was 2 weeks ago. Okay. So take a step back and admire the most beautiful. Actually, I'm just going to pick something that's pretty unusual keyword. We'll use lightweight. So I'm just going to put in lightweight, and if you want to be doubly sure that you're using the right URL, just copy and paste it. So info colon shows, without a keyword, shows that search listing. Okay. Now if I start adding keywords, like let's add lightweight in front, it's not there. So that bit of text is not in Google. Like what? Why is that? That was an article from like 3 or 4 weeks ago. So then I have to start doing some digging to figure out what the heck's going on. I'd have to look at the cached version of that page, and a quick shortcut for that, instead of info colon, use cache colon. And that takes you right to the cached page. Isn't that cool? So then I can see that this is a fresh version of the page from June 6th, so that's not the issue. So then I'd have to start digging and figure out, well, what's going on here? Why is that not getting picked up? That's important content, adds context to the page of what this page is about. I need that content to be, considered. So do we want to start pulling up some websites?
Sure.
Okay.
Mine is weekendsonly.com. We're a furniture retailer based in the Midwest.
Okay.
And one thing that we have issues with is our product inventory changes often. So products sell out and we may never get them again, but sometimes we do, depending on if we can reorder them.
Okay.
So do you have any sort of recommendations for what to do if pages, they're not going to be here forever? Like we try to have really long product names to try and boost them with keywords, and that'll go in our title, page title. But
are you guys leaving that item on in your data after you can't get it? That's one of ours. Do you leave it in your data and hide it, or do you delete it because you can't get it any longer?
I mean, we don't keep the page visible on our website.
But it is still in Google.
Probably not.
Okay. So
I'm not a developer, but I have.
Well, it's easy to test.
Okay, great. Look, you know these things that I don't.
Well, you just do a Google search.
Okay.
So take one of those deleted products.
And I do not think that would show up. No.
So if you do a site colon search for weekendsonly.com, and then you put in a keyword, a phrase from one of those product pages that's been deleted,
it would not show up there. No.
So here's the problem with that, and I think keeping the page alive is a good thing. I'm going to give you a specific use case example, so you can a case study example, so you can see the value of this. A past client of mine called Designer Exposure had this really interesting business model. It was an e-commerce site where she would go into celebrities' homes and buy their many $1,000 gowns and designer dresses, like Gucci whatever, or some $10,000 ball gown that she wore at the Grammys or whatever, and buy it for $1,000, and then sell it online for $2,000 or $3,000. So she'd come with a huge wad of cash and be invited into the celebrity's wardrobe, and the celebrity and her would just like think, okay, I'll pay that for that, and I'll pay, and just take a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, I couldn't be caught dead in that. I wore it at the Grammys. I'm not going to wear it again. So these are all one-offs. It might rank for a particular Gucci dress or something like that. And by taking that page offline, lose the rankings. You say, well, I'm going to redirect to the category level up, or I'm going to redirect to the next closest Gucci dress that I've got. But then the whole description's different, and your rankings will possibly and very likely go down when you do that.
And we have that same issue, like if we put a product on Pinterest and then we don't have it later when somebody finds it, then it just says,
Yeah.
it doesn't know where to go.
And that sucks. Sucks for the user too.
Yeah, and that's especially why we don't want to do it. We want to
Yeah.
have a good user experience.
So here's what you would do if you're designer exposure. You keep that product alive. It's not featured anymore in the product catalog. It's a sold product. But if you go to the page from Google, you will get that here's the product, here's the picture, here's the copy, sold. These are all one-offs, so it's gone. But here are some other products that are very similar that you might want to buy. So it's a good user experience. It's not a frustrating dead end. They're being very helpful to show you related products.
We take away the buy button and we put text on there telling them it's a retired product.
Yeah.
So then would you also remove that from your PLP? Like if you have on our sofas page, let's say we don't have that sofa anymore, would we remove it from the search there because we don't want you to be able
Yeah.
to find it? Okay.
Yeah. Do realize when you remove it from the navigation so that you're not linking to it yourself, you've turned that into an orphan page.
Oh.
So it won't have as many it won't have any links from you anymore.
Uh-huh.
You might want to have a section of your site of one-offs from the past. Like you could go, I think you can still do this, go to woot.com and find some of the past woots. Just for curiosity, like when was their last woot off and what did they sell? And just out of curiosity, and they might still do that, I'm not sure, but it's smart from an SEO perspective to do that, because now even though it's in a different area of your site, one that your users aren't likely to go into, the spiders can still get to it. You're just not going to do it in a way that looks really sketchy. Like this is a great example of what not to do. Spiderbites.nytimes.com. That's very clear. You might as well rename this to seospam.nytimes.com. No human is ever going to want to use this. Like, oh, let's see. Articles from 1988. So let's click on 1988 and, okay, free to read articles from 1988 by month. March, part 2. And then this massive list. It's like spam. Don't do that. That's not the way to get some link equity to those retired products. Yeah. Does that help?
So it would be more like a retired products category where you can still see everything, but it doesn't have like a list of links like that.
Right.
Got it. Okay.
It still looks human friendly.
Got it.
It doesn't look like it was designed only for spiders.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
We do the same thing. Take away buy now button. We have notify me. Item comes back in stock. Buttons there. Product description. Everything there. Other matching options. Google flagged us saying, hey, these are soft workflow pages. You haven't checked them. You do that, and that's how.
Well, if Google has sent you some sort of notice through Search Console, then you need to reevaluate whether that page is valuable or not. If it's unlikely that that page is ever going to come back in stock, then you're just fooling the user. Yeah, that's a little sketchy. and so you got to think about the user first. Are you being upfront with the user who's coming in from Google? Because if they have a bad taste in their mouth from, like, there's this function that's a dead end for them of notify me if the product comes back, and you know that it's never coming back.
Just like you said, show matching or relevant products.
Yeah, so if you direct them to more relevant products, it just depends on what the page looks like and how valuable you are. If you're doing it poorly, then yeah, it's a risk. So just be careful and have an SEO expert spot check what you're doing. Yeah. All right. So yes.
Okay. So can you look at my site?
Mhm.
It's nph.net. We're a publisher for a Lutheran church body.
Okay.
I don't know what I don't know. I'm new to SEO, so.
Cool. All right. Well, get rid of the slider.
Yeah. I have taken notes on everything.
Okay. You have very little content on this page. It's all just product thumbnails. Here, I'll let you guys see that too. So you got a bit of copy down in the very bottom corner in the footer there. That's going to get discounted.
Mm-hmm.
If you were hoping that was helping with your SEO, don't count on it.
I'm new, so.
Yeah. The text that is here, it's like featured categories, newly published by NPH. NPH recommends. There's no keywords in any of that. And the way that these sliders are designed, that text is part of the image.
Right.
So that doesn't count either. I mean, it's not really great text anyways. You're not trying to rank for this week's deal or anything like that. But if you did have SEO in mind and you had one image instead of a slider, and you thought about the keywords that you use as well as compelling the visitor to take an action, that would be good, because that's very prominent copy, and you can do it so that it's actual text on top of the image, and so it's counted as text.
How do you do that?
It's with CSS.
Okay.
So you can layer things on top of other things.
Okay.
So you layer text on top of the image, and so that you'd take this out of the image and you would make that text and you would place it with CSS above that image right where it's at.
Okay.
And match the font as best you can, so everybody's happy, your merchandising person is happy that it looks good, and the SEO people are happy too, and all that.
Okay.
Yep. So what are you trying to rank for?
So we obviously sell books, Christian books, Lutheran materials.
So Lutheran, Christian, books.
We will be still selling gifts. We're kind of going through.
Okay, so I see your title tag here. It says Northwestern Publishing House, Christian books, Bibles, church supplies, Lutheran curriculum, Christian gifts, and more. Like that's keyword stuffed.
Okay.
That's too long.
Okay.
So if you can keep your titles to under 571 pixels, you can actually use tools, like there are different crawlers, for example, Deep Crawl and Screaming Frog, that will crawl through your entire site. We didn't get to talk about that in the session, but that's a must. You need to crawl your own site, not just rely on Googlebot and its reporting inside a search console. You need to use Deep Crawl or Botify or Screaming Frog. Screaming Frog is a desktop app, so it runs on your computer. A huge site will not be able to cope with, your computer won't be able to cope with that. You want to use something like Deep Crawl where it's in the cloud, hitting your site, crawling through all the links, siphoning up the content, looking at titles, canonicals, meta descriptions, all that sort of stuff, and then preparing all these reports, and then you can do exports. This particular report from one of those tools is of page titles over 571 pixels. The ideal title tag width is not a character width, it's a pixel width. Google decides whether to truncate and do ... in the title tag and displaying the search results based on the pixel length or width. So if it's over 55 characters, 60 characters, or whatever, doesn't matter. It's the pixel width. So 571 pixels might be 55, 65 characters. We don't know. We have to actually analyze the pixel width, and that's where a tool like this comes in. You don't have to do any of the mental gymnastics. You just have it run a report. And these are too long. Even though that bit of text still counts, because it's part of the title tag, it's just visible only to the spiders and not to searchers. We don't want that. We want to provide the full, we want to not get truncated.
Okay.
And you definitely get truncated with a huge title like that. And it looks keyword stuff because you have so many keywords there separated by commas. It looks like you're just doing SEO there and not trying to serve the user.
Okay.
So then if you're doing that on the home page, you're probably doing that on other pages. So then you have to look at your title tags on the whole site and start adjusting. So let's go back here. Let's go to books. All right. Now I just moused over. I didn't click on anything yet.
Right.
And there's a lot of options here. And then if I mouse over Bibles, whoa, a lot more options. And then education. And then if I added up all of those links, well, you probably are linking to hundreds and hundreds of pages. Not just from your home page, but every page of your site.
Right.
That's a lot. That's too much.
Okay.
I mean, think about, like, if I'm linking to 500 things on every page of my site, the stuff I really care about might not get much link equity. Like if I have a featured product, I really want that to rank, and I have 500 other links on that page, I'm not giving that featured product a whole lot of chance to rank. So you probably want to reduce some of that. Just be more strategic about which ones get featured when you mouse over and which ones are under the other category, like the rest or something, right?
Okay.
So maybe this is half this size or a third of this size. And if you care much more about the books than you do the music and video, then reduce this a lot, but maybe not reduce this list quite as much.
And when you reduce that, how do you do that in a way that doesn't impact anything? You're just removing it.
Well, it impacts the user experience.
Right.
So like let's say one of my past clients, REI, against my advice, they went from snowboarding and skis, snowboards and skis, as separate categories to collapsing them together under snow sports and having those a level deeper. And of course, their rankings went down for those keywords because they're putting them further down the site tree. So don't do that for things that you care about. Okay. If you want to rank for skis and snowboards, keep them as high up in the site tree as possible, one click away from the homepage, not 4. Yeah, so that is really important, meaning when you go through this list and you say, well, we don't really sell many of those. Nobody really clicks on that category. Let's put it in the other or the everything else bucket, and we'll have the everything else bucket here as one of those options, and then the big ones that we care about, that users care about, and that we care about for SEO, those will stay here, but the others will be in that other bucket.
Okay.
That work?
Yeah.
Okay.
So our website's called Trayvax. It's TRAYVAX. And I guess my biggest thing is we have a competitor called Bridge Wallets.
Okay.
We make wallets.
Here, let's go. Let's come over here. Yeah.
And they're just beating us on some keywords. We make metal and slim tactical wallets with RFID protection.
Okay.
So tactical wallet, metal wallet, slim wallet, those are some of the keywords I'm trying to rank for. I found that, we have a blog, I'm trying to do all the SEO things you're supposed to be doing, but metal wallets in particular is one place where they're killing us, and I can't figure out why. One thing I learned from coming here is that reviews do have an impact on SEO.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that they're utilizing the verified reviews, which we're not, so I'm assuming maybe they're getting a little bit of juice from that.
So where did you hear that?
Just from talking to all these vendors out here.
Okay, so you got to take in a lot of this stuff with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
I've never heard that before. If it's in their own self-interest to convince you of that because they have a tool or a product to sell you, you got to completely discount what they're saying to you.
Okay.
Only listen to people who are experts in that space. Not the salespeople, not the vendors who are trying to sell you something. Don't believe them.
Got it.
It's like, would you go to a divorced person, recently divorced person, for relationship advice?
Right now.
Yeah. I mean, you go to the SEO experts for SEO advice. You don't go to the vendors who are trying to sell you stuff.
Got it.
For the SEO advice. So, that said, if the content, whether it's review content or it's viral kind of link baity type content that you've dreamed up from looking at BuzzFeed and so forth, or it's helpful FAQ type content or whatever that you've just sat down and started writing, whatever that content is, if it's valuable to users and it's laid out in a way that it's very easily consumed and kind of front and center, not buried down by the footer, not in tiny text, whatever that is, what review content or whatever, is going to help. What you got going on here is a whole lot of nothing. If you're trying to get this page to rank for meta wallets, is that the page?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
Specific wallet pages. So for instance, not all of our wallets are made of metal. So for instance, one of them on there, one of our wallets, if you look at the drop down, I believe is the AXIS, right? And so the AXIS is a metal wallet. So ideally, I want people to be able to find, the AXIS, right?
Okay.
When they do a search for metal wallets. Now, we rank on page 1 for metal wallets, but so does our competitor. And so when I look at what they're doing and I look at what we're doing, I don't see a whole lot of difference, right? And I'm trying to create blog content about metal wallets, and I'm trying to amplify and promote that content and get comments on it, but they're still beating me out, and I can't figure out why do they beat me on metal wallets when I feel like I'm doing everything I should be doing.
All right. My first piece of advice is to not worry about what the competitors are doing, and don't reverse engineer what they're doing, because they're doing a lot of stupid stuff. I guarantee you, I will find stupid stuff they're doing. So how do you tease out what's stupid and what's amazing and genius, or what's best practice and what's not? That's really only for an SEO expert to do. So I would not look at the competition trying to reverse engineer what they're up to. What I would do, though, is to try and figure out what can I do to leapfrog all of those competitors by creating something that is so innovative or cutting edge from an SEO perspective that they won't see it coming. It's just, you completely, out of the blue, just crushed them.
Okay, I found this on the website.
Great timing. So that's the kind of frame that I want you to operate out of. So let's have a look at metal wallets and see what is going on
our
here.
Competitor Ridge. So we do keywords, they do keywords. They even beat us on our keywords. Organic, they're number 1, I believe.
Okay, so I'm not going to address the advertising here. We can talk about the featured snippet here. I cover that a lot in my client engagements, create featured snippet deliverable documents and stuff, strategies. So, but we'll skip over that for the moment. I'll come back to that. So the first organic listing is
our competitor.
Ridge Wallet.
Yeah, that's our competitor.
And then Gear Moose is another competitor.
Gear Moose is actually not a competitor. It's just a site that can kind of consolidate information about metal wallets.
Okay, so that's, are they affiliate, non-affiliate, or something?
I don't believe they're affiliate. I think they're just kind of like they help promote content, right? They talk about things like men's accessories and stuff like that.
Okay, so there you are, really deep in the search results.
Correct.
And because there are so many SERP features and ads, and SERP features include featured snippet. This is a really big featured snippet. You're buried. I mean, if I were these guys, I'd still be unhappy. Ridge Wallet, organic position 1, and yet I'm pushed, below the fold. I'd be very unhappy about that. I'd want to try and I'd want to steal this featured snippet away from my competitor.
And I've been trying to create content about the, how to make a metal wallet, how to take care of your meta wallet. So looking for all those long tail variations that people are searching for, and then trying to create content around that. But it's just not working.
Okay. Well, it hasn't worked yet. So it's this. You got to get the right nuance or the right positioning, or something is off. It's okay. Well, you just keep at it until you get it right, and you get some advice on how to do this. So let's say that we want to take this featured snippet away from this Gear Moose page. They have a really great list. This is.
They talk about us and our competitors.
This is there are 3 types of featured snippets. They're paragraph snippets, they're list snippets, and they're table snippets. This is a list snippet of type bullet or unordered. It's an unordered list snippet. We want to match that because that's the most ideal answer to this as a featured snippet. You got to remember that featured snippets are primarily meant by Google to answer a person's query for voice search. That's the future. We're going to be talking to our computers and to our devices much more than we're going to be typing on them. That's why featured snippets are here to stay, because they are the definitive answer to the query. If I say, okay, Google, tell me about metal wallets, and it's like, here's a look at the 20 best metal wallets for safe and effective carrying of your everyday bare essentials. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It's like, wow. Now, if you're not going to provide something that comprehensive because you don't want to mention anything about these competitors, you just want to talk about you, then you're going to have to figure out what's even more valuable than this. What would be a bullet list type of snippet that would be more valuable because you're talking about product attributes? Like, these are the most important things to take into consideration when buying a metal wallet. Does it have RFID, what's that called when it blocks?
RFID protection, yeah.
Yep, RFID protection. Does it not dent? Does it, is it enough metal that it sets off the metal detectors, when you're going into museums and all that, et cetera, et cetera. You know your product category better than I do. That would actually be, I'd think, even more valuable than just listing a bunch of brands.
Yeah.
Now you have a shot of taking this featured snippet away.
Where do you put that? Is that on
It goes on the page that's already ranking. I think it's about 70% of the time, Google uses for a featured snippet a listing that's already on page 1. So if you're on page 3, you're out of luck. If it's a page that's not even ranking, it's the home page that's ranking, and the page you're going to add this content to is on a subpage, out of luck. So focus on what's already ranking from your site on page 1. And in this case, it's what, your home page?
Your home page, actually.
Your home page.
It's not even the wallet that happens.
It's better than nothing to get your home page higher ranked. I mean, we probably, by adding some content, like what I'm discussing with you, you'll get your home page to move up the rankings. But right now, I'm talking about stealing this featured snippet.
Got it.
So if we go to your home page again, this page is not in a good position to rank for anything. Remember, Googlebot is a headless browser based on Chrome, and it's laying out the page, and it's trying to analyze what's important and what's not.
I do have content below the fold.
Then that's really a shame. Because if you want that content to really count, you put it above the fold.
Okay. All right.
The content that's above the fold is considered the most important content.
Google looks at copy that's above the fold?
Yeah.
Okay.
It figures out where the likely scroll line is. Because if stuff is above the fold, it's going to get way more eyeballs than if it's below the fold, even if it's just a little bit below the fold.
Then I feel like that contradicts what designers are telling us.
It does. That's why we designed the site that way, is because it's a designer recommendation. I didn't know that Google looked at copy.
Designers are not SEOs.
Yeah. So in theory, I could, for instance, if you scroll back up, because it's a Shopify site, they're overlaying text over the image. I could put keywords in here.
Yes,
right?
but you wouldn't do it in a way that makes this super cluttered or looks really spammy or sketchy or not well designed. Yeah.
Okay.
My recommendation for dealing with a designer is to get an SEO to talk to the designer and oversee their work. And even potentially a conversion expert. So you have an SEO expert, conversion expert, and the designer who's making the two experts' wishes real. Because if you're a designer, you don't understand conversion, and you're doing silly stuff like sliders and ghosted buttons and things like that. Ghosted buttons, so cool that I can make this button almost invisible and just show the outline of it. And then you mouse over and it becomes this bright, obvious button. Like, who thought of that terrible idea? Let's make it as unlikely as possible that someone will click on this really important button. What a great idea. So conversion-focused design, that's what you need. And with an SEO emphasis, because everything that they design and lay out is going to affect your SEO, either positively or negatively, probably negatively. And this is the case in point. And then if you look at the words that you're using, once you do start using text, and it's not a lot of text, it's just, 12 words or whatever, and none of those are really that keyword rich. When I say keyword rich, I don't mean keyword stuffed. And I also want to make sure that you get the point that every bit of text that you add to a page should add to the user experience. If it's either a net zero benefit to the user or worse, don't do it. Because, as I said, you're not only fighting Google's algorithms, you're fighting an AI. It's going to become smarter and smarter than us. And if it figures out that you're doing stuff primarily for SEO purposes and not benefiting the user experience, it's going to sniff that out.
Cool.
Yeah. So you need a lot more text on this page. This is very thin. And what a great addition to this page to have a whole section with UL and LI tags of these are all the product attributes that are important for buying a metal wallet. If that's your main product or your main category, then that deserves to be on the homepage, and it's already ranking. If you're trying to rank for something very competitive and you're using a category page or a product page to try and break into the top 10 for that particular competitive keyword, good luck. Because that lower level page does not have nearly the link equity. And you can check it by going to a tool like Majestic. You don't even have to have a paid account with Majestic to see what the trust flow and citation flow is. You can do a certain small number of queries per day. So let's try that. Let's see what comes up for Travax.com in Majestic. How's what?
How is it spelled?
Majestic.com. Yeah. So this is not good news. You've got way less trust than you have importance. So your trust flow is only a 13 out of 100 on a log scale. Really bad.
So how would you change your trust flow?
You got to get high value links, really high trust links. So you start thinking about, well, maybe there are government pages or educational universities, high trust universities. Not every university, and if it ends in a .edu, it doesn't mean it's trusted. You got to look at those sites' trust flow and citation flow. Like, big difference between Madison Technical College, or Madison Area Technical College, and Stanford in terms of their trust level. The most trusted universities on the planet, as far as humans and as far as Google would be concerned, would be Stanford, Cambridge, Oxford, Harvard, Yale, Princeton. You know, the big Ivy League schools and the just most prestigious universities. I'd want a link from one of them. And if you are digging around for like RFID protection and how people are getting their identity stolen because they're an RFID scanner is lifting their data and they're not just walking through a busy airport or whatever, and that's covered on some .gov site. And then you figure out that, wow, this page that is talking about that is a very high-level page, very authoritative, very trusted. How can I add value in a way that they're going to listen to me and want me to contribute? And you know, you could contact them and say, hey, I want to do some sort of joint study with you. I see you guys are testing different metal wallets for their RFID blocking capabilities. We've already done some research, some R&D in that regard. We're happy to share our data with you. We'd love to do some collaborative testing with you instead of, hey, I wrote this great blog post or article about RFID protection, and I think it would be really valuable for you to add that to your .gov page, and here's the URL, and here's the anchor text I'd like you to use. Delete, right? People hate that. Especially high authority, high trust websites get that sort of spam all the time. You cannot get away with that. You have to come in with a collaborative sort of, it's almost like you want your CEO to pick up the phone and call that webmaster of that .gov site and say, hey, I just want you to know that this bit of data that you got is old and it's wrong, and you're giving consumers the wrong impression that a lot of RFID blocking wallets actually work when they don't. And I thought this was important enough for me to hop on the phone with you and tell you. And like, what? Wow. Okay, tell me more. And you end up, after a conversation, with maybe a link. Instead of an email from some fake name at a Gmail address saying, we got this great blog post, and here's the link, and here's the anchor text.
Can I ask for a clarification on that?
Yeah.
So, like, say he does get that collaboration and it's spelled out in a blog post. Does that get put on the Metal Wallet page? Or, like, because let's say there's lots of vendors for Metal Wallets, and that would pull up, and does it link to, from that page, an expert page about?
So what I'm trying to get is for some bit of data or analysis or trend or statistic or some data point or something on that .gov or that high trust site with a citation or a source of me with a link. Yeah. So I'm after a backlink, and if they want to put a whole chunk of text, I'm going to give them, like, these are 50 data points, or these are 15 attributes, product attributes you need to look at when you're deciding on what RFID blocking anything that you want to buy, whether it's a wallet or a suitcase or a handbag or whatever. Whatever that thing is, it could be a statistic, it could be 2 words, or it could be multiple paragraphs, and they put that on their web page, and then they cite you with a link. That's what you want. And whether that link points to your home page, or points to the Metal Wallets category page, or points to a whole write-up of like a R&D like a study, it's up to you. I think probably you're going to want the link to go directly to the page that's already ranking, that's a high converting page. If it happens to be the home page, or it happens to be the category page for Metal Wallets, it's going to depend on what's ranking and what's not, and whether that page converts or another page converts way better.
But in reality, typically that company that's linking to you is probably going to want to link directly to the reference point, right? So
you make the category page, that's the page that you want the link to, look like that reference.
Okay.
Right? So you make a category page that has all this great content on it. It's not that SEO spam that Walmart does. It's like, here are the 10 criteria, buying criteria you need to bear in mind, or here are the 10 statistics that will blow your mind about RFID blocking technology that you need to know before you buy any RFID blocking anything, whether it's a wallet or a handbag or a suitcase. And it's not buried at the bottom. It's maybe in the right column. and they ask, well, what page should we link to that has more detail about that study, or about, well, it's this one. It's like, oh, that's a category page, but okay, it's got all the detail. Okay, we'll link to it.
Okay. What's considered a good score, or like what score should we be aiming for?
Well, if we're talking about your homepage, I would want to see it in at least 50s.
Right. We're at 54.
Okay.
46 citations. So is that?
That's not bad. That's not bad. Keep working, because if you're in a competitive niche, that's not nearly good enough. Remember, I have a 46, and I'm just one guy with a personal blog. So if I can achieve a 46, you can certainly achieve a 60. Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, can I see what my competitors are?
Yeah.
Ridge.
And when you use this tool, Majestic, make sure that you only put in the domain name. Don't put in www, don't put in a full URL, because then it's only going to look at that page, in the case maybe of a home page or whatever. You want it to check the entire domain, give you the metrics for the entire domain. Here we go.
Yeah.
15 and 27.
All right, they're still beating you. All right, cool.
Yeah, but not by much. I mean, you could overtake them. But if you look at what they're doing on the page that's linking to you, if it's got a lot more content to it, and it's higher quality content, I mean, I already kind of roasted you for the content on your homepage. Now let's see how they're doing.
They're pretty similar.
Pretty similar? Okay. Looks like one of you guys copied the other.
They copied us, but they're beating us at SEO.
Yeah. Well, I mean, part of the equation is keyword-rich anchor text, but if you have it too much the same, like everybody's linking with metal wallets, then that looks like you've spammed Google with keyword-rich text links. But maybe they have a higher, like, not enough that it gets them in trouble, but it's a higher proportion than you have. You know, they actually have wallet in their domain name, so a lot of times they will get wallet as part of their anchor text. And
we're just Travax.
Just Travax.com, you're less likely to get wallet incorporated into the anchor text. Theirs wouldn't look suspicious because it's part of the domain name. So you got to fight them on that because they've got a leg up on you.
You got it in the URL.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I appreciate it. That's good info. Thank you.
All right. Who's next? Okay. So let's go with you, and then we'll go with you. Okay. All right.
Suspenderstore.com.
Suspenderstore.com. So why aren't you wearing suspenders?
I'm wearing one of our belts. But
but that doesn't count. It's a suspender store. It's not suspender and belt store. I expect you to wear a suspender. Okay. Are you the founder?
No, we actually bought it 10 years ago.
Okay.
From someone who had started it.
Okay. And are you the owner, or
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, me and my wife.
Got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
So we took the slider away a week or two ago.
Awesome. Very, very cool. Okay, so that's there because of SEO?
Well, it does tell the story.
Does it? Who's going to read that?
Well, okay. Guilty.
Okay. Let me show you how you can do amazing storytelling that actually gets the user engaged and wanting to do business with you, and it's great for SEO. So, this is an example. Hyla Cooking. This is an about page. This is so cool. When you have an about page that takes somebody on a journey, they're along with you on the ride. It's like, and you can tell the story of this guy that started it, and you helped him to be able to retire, and all that sort of stuff. And now, this This power couple is taking the site to the next level, and you guys won this award, and then you did this, and like this is great storytelling.
What is before cooking, the prefix?
Hilah, Hilah. So that's one example. I'm in the process of turning my about page into something like this as well.
That's their about page.
That's the about page,
Yeah.
but you can do the same sort of thing at a smaller scale, not take up like huge screenfuls on your homepage if you're trying to add content that is about your story and make it like consumable. This is easily consumed. What you have is a wall of text.
Yes.
I do not want to consume if I'm a visitor.
What was the name? What was the name?
Hilah, Hilah. Cooking. Yep. Another example. This one's called The Property Couch. And this domain is thepropertycouch.com.au. And check this one out. I like this one even better. Okay, so they have a bit of like kind of traditional bio type copy for an about page, but then it starts getting into the timeline. So there are two partners, and it's telling the story of how they individually were doing, and then how they got together, and how they created this podcast, and it's kind of like Property Brothers, if you know that show. Isn't that cool? It's just so innovative. You're going to get so many more journalists and bloggers reaching out to you saying, I love your story. I would like to write something about you. If it looks like the traditional about page, So yeah, these are good examples. And I'm doing one too. This is my one. I think this is it. Nope. Fingers crossed this is the right one. And I'll show you what my current one looks like. This is my current one, which looks cool, but it's not. It doesn't grab you. Yeah, there's social proof, and it's impressive, and there's a cool photo. But what I'm going to do on my new version, is this the one? Come on. Here's mine. Look at this. I was an uber geek as a little kid. I coded my own bulletin board system from scratch as a little kid. Remember the days of BBSs? That was way back in the day before the internet. So I was a real little nerd. And then I built my first websites in 1994. Can you believe that? 1994. And then I dropped out of my PhD and did all the stuff. I got featured in a book as a case study. I moved to New Zealand just because I could, because it's the internet. You can do that from anywhere. And then I moved back to the States in 2007 and applied for a patent and started writing books and got acquired, and then left that company and started doing Tony Robbins events. Then I had a transformation. Can you believe that was me? That was me in 2009. Yeah. Crazy, right? So then my podcast launched. This is really a great example of what you should do in your storytelling, because good marketing is good storytelling. Yeah. All right. So let's go back to your page here for a second. What is it again?
Suspenderstore.com.
Suspender Store.
And we have been trying a lot to be good storytellers. I've got 3 dozen videos, topical, informational, on the page, relevant pages in our video library. We're going to have another 30 or 40 that are already shot and being edited that we'll be putting up as And how can we leverage those for SEO the best?
Well, first thing I would do is remember that links are a critical component. You got the 3 pillars to SEO: content, architecture, and links. Architecture includes all the technical stuff. So if your link equity is not great, then we need to first think about that rising tide that lifts all boats. All that great content that you've created won't mean anything if you have no authority and you have no trust. So we got to start there.
And that's going to which site?
I'm using Majestic right now, but I can also use Ahrefs. The problem is it doesn't have a separate trust component, a trust metric. It gives you DR, which is domain rank, and it's trust and authority and all that baked in. I want trust separated out.
So what's the site that's not as good?
Well, Ahrefs I actually like a lot.
Okay.
And I highly recommend you use that tool, but for the specific use case of getting a trust metric, you're not going to get it from Ahrefs.
Okay.
I really like Ahrefs. It's a great tool set. You should use it for sure. And if you're looking for trust metrics, Majestic or link research tools, LRT Trust is their metric. So here we got Suspender Store. And you've got a 39, which is okay. It's not bad. But if I were to search for suspenders in Google, and I see Duluth Trading is #1 organic.
Right.
And I look at them, you're trying to beat a behemoth here, a big gorilla.
Yeah, and sometimes we do, but yeah.
They're kicking your butt.
Yeah.
As far as their trust, 56.
Okay.
So you need to think outside the box here and come up with something like a genius, brilliant sort of campaign. And one example, I'm just going to kind of riff off the top of my head here. I'm good at this, so let's see what I come up with. So let's say that you do a campaign where you get people, like let's say you hang out in front of Spago's in Beverly Hills. And celebrities come and go, right? You just hang out there, and when celebrities come out, let's say somebody from 3-6 Mafia, the rap group, comes out, and you're like, I know that. I listen to rap. And then you come with some suspenders and like, hey, I got this crazy idea here that I would love for you to wear these suspenders and take a picture with me, and I've got this great story and and I'm trying to raise money for charity with this, and like whatever the story is. It's like, okay, fine, I'll do it. Takes 2 seconds, puts the suspenders on, and then you get a selfie with them. It's like, wow, that's super cool. And you have this collection of selfies with super famous people as you work through this campaign, and then you promote this on your site as like the coolest new trend that you haven't heard of yet is celebrities wearing suspenders. And maybe you even get photos where it's just them by themselves. It's like, oh my God, there's Katy Perry wearing suspenders. Like, what the? It's like, that'd be awesome, right?
Oh yeah.
You get like Duluth Trading wouldn't know what the heck happened to them.
Okay.
It'd be awesome. So that's a more involved campaign, but you could certainly do like Lumen 5 videos. Those social media videos that have text and images, and they just kind of bring stuff in from the side, some text, and then there's this still image, and then there's the next still image, and then you animate the text and all that. You see all this on Facebook all the time. Mm-hmm. There's a tool for that, Lumen 5.
Okay.
There's also a tool for creating infographics. It's called Pictochart, Pictochart. So you could use that, get one of your marketing people to start cranking out infographics about the right and the wrong way to wear suspenders, and why suspenders are coming back, or the future of suspenders, or the history of the suspender.
Did you see the infographic?
Pictochart.com. Pictochart. So, and if something has traction, let's say it's the history of the suspender.
Mm-hmm.
and you have some really interesting tidbits about it. Like the history of the toilet is kind of more interesting because the John C. Crapper is the inventor, I think. And that's like, what? That's kind of weird.
Yeah.
So that makes it more remarkable.
Mm-hmm.
If there's something like that with the history of the suspender, now you got a hook, you got an angle.
Mm-hmm.
And now you can, if you get some traction with a blog post about it, like the 10 things you didn't know about the history of the suspenders,
Mm-hmm.
then you say, oh, well, let's do an infographic now. Oh, let's do a Lumen 5 video. Oh, let's do, let's repackage and repurpose this thing that's already getting some traction in umpteen number of different forms. You could do like a SlideShare deck, like 10 slides of these are the 10 things you didn't know about the suspenders.
Mm-hmm.
And you did like a PowerPoint, but it was done really cute and clever, so it didn't look like a boring PowerPoint. And then you upload that to SlideShare, which is owned by LinkedIn. And so you're repackaging and repurposing these and trying to get traction and get people to link to this stuff. And you have an infographic, for example, and why is that more link-worthy than the top 10 list? Any ideas? Well, it is visual, and it's more, I don't know, it's easier to learn from an infographic than from a bunch of text. But from an SEO perspective, where the magic happens is people will take that infographic and they'll want to add that whole thing to a blog post. And it's actually copyright theft if they do that without attribution, unless you Creative Commons licensed that infographic. So they're going to want to cover their butt by citing you as the source and hopefully making that a link. No, because what we're after is just the link. And if they make the infographic itself a link, that's fine. If they add something at the bottom like source, the suspender store, or this came from this is a great infographic I found on the suspender store link, and then there's the infographic. Whatever approach they use as the blogger is fine with me. I just want a link. And then when I get that link, that's going to satisfy my copyright concerns. Like, hey, put it wherever you want. Just give me attribution. And in fact, you can facilitate that process like I did on my Optimized Geek podcast website, optimizedgeek.com. I have an Are You a Geek quiz. Like if you've ever studied Elvish or Klingon, or any other artificial language, you're probably a geek. So I have all the quiz questions, and I had one of my designers create an infographic. And that's a pretty cool infographic, like with some celebrities, like these are celebrity geeks. He's a space geek, Tom Hanks, Rosario Dawson's a Trekkie, etc. And then I got some of these quiz things, like if you own a drone, if you have a pet named after some sort of alien or supernatural being or whatever, if you've studied an artificial language, etc. And to facilitate the process of somebody stealing this infographic and putting it on their blog with credit to me and a link, I've added an embed code.
Nice.
Right? So copy and paste that, and now that includes a text link. So the infographic itself isn't linked, but the text underneath it that references me as the source of that infographic is a text link back to this website.
Smart.
Yeah. So the little nuances make a huge difference. That help?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
I have to run. Any chance to get a book for me, please?
You want a book? Well, this is the only one I've got. One.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You bet.
Thank you.
Yep. You want to? Okay.
Oh,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Who am I helping next?
I think she was waiting.
Okay. Yeah.
StashT.com.
StashT.com.
StashT.
All right.
Okay, we're gonna get rid of the banner
Okay.
Are you saying the banner is just totally irrelevant?
It's a conversion killer. The rotating slider or carousel, it just destroys conversion. And here's why. You know this thing called the paradox of choice?
Mm-hmm.
There's a study that was done where, I mean, a lot of studies on this, but one that's quite famous is in a grocery store. They had this testing station for different flavors of jam. The more flavors of jam they had, the less buying that happened. The more tasting, but less buying. Might seem counterintuitive, but when you understand decision fatigue, it makes total sense. Don't make my brain hurt. You've decision fatigued me with these different sliders. I don't want that overwhelm.
If you take an African into a grocery store, I'll show you that really quick.
Yeah. So another thing I'm not loving here is this. Yeah, you didn't give me a chance to leave. It's an exit pop, right? That would be good. But it needs to have an irresistible offer. Join our mailing list is anything but irresistible. Like, have another email filling your inbox is essentially what you're saying here. I don't want that. So I need some sort of like essential guide to tea. Like the tea connoisseurs, I don't know, recipe book or something. And maybe even get some famous tea connoisseur to contribute to that. And you can only get that for free if you supply your email address. Another thing and this is not SEO advice, this is conversion advice. Another thing that I would do with that is don't ask them for the email address straight away. You turned your page into a taking page. Give me your email address. Instead, you want it to be a giving page. Let me give you this essential guide to buying tea, written by one of the top tea connoisseurs in the world, you know, whoever, J.J. Abrams, right? So whoever. And there's no place for an email address. There's a button. They click it. Now you're getting the request for an email address, and ideally first name as well. Because if you're only asking for an email address, you can't personalize the email. If you got their first name, then you can put that in the email, and that will increase your response rate.
But that can be tricky because if you're going to put another field, it can ruin the conversion rate. So
no, it might dip the conversion or the response, the opt-in rate a little bit.
Right.
But it'll make up for it in the increased response rate on the emails.
Makes sense.
So it's worth it. So let me show you an example of this. Having a giving page instead of a taking page, and using what's called a lead box. Okay, so here's my home page. Get your free copy. Actually, it's get my free copy. Why is it in first person? Why would I do that?
Because it's all about them.
Yeah. I, the user, am clicking on that button. I'm reading that to myself as I'm clicking. Give me my free report. See how that works? So if you have a button that says you or your, change it. You'll get a higher response rate, higher click-through. So let's go ahead and click on that button. This is for a free SEO Myths white paper, which if you opted in for the IRCE 18 text thing, you're going to get this. First name and email. And notice the progress meter too. This is another little nuance that really helps with conversion. I want people to fill out this form. They're halfway there. Say they were on a giving page. Now I'm saying, well, wait just a second. They're halfway committed. You're 50% done. Just give me these two little bits of data and I'll give you the thing. So then you fill that in, you hit the button. What's next? This is the most critical thing of all, and again, it's conversion. It's not about SEO. But this is worth the price of admission right here. The thank you page. You guys all have thank you pages? Yeah, who doesn't have a thank you page?
Why, after the pop-up?
Yeah, after the pop-up, after the newsletter sign-up, or whatever the thing is, you got a thank you page, right? That thank you page usually sucks. go check your email and the free thing or whatever, or we're going to start spamming you, get ready for it. That sucks. That's horrible. You have 100% of their attention right then and there. And you're telling them, go to your email where I'm going to have like 1% of your attention and go wait for the thing to arrive. Terrible. Take that thank you page and turn it into something that takes that person on a journey, because you got 100% of their attention. Have a video, like let's say it's the Essential Tea Guide. Okay, so let's say that you get that tea connoisseur to create a little video talking about, let me walk you through this guide that I've created for you, that courtesy of Stash Tea. Da 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 da. So here's how you're going to use this, and here's an index, there's a table of contents, and here's how I decide which recipe I'm going to use depending on the guest that's coming over or the occasion or da 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 da. And it's a 10-minute long video, and there's an upsell to maybe a free webinar or some sort of video-based training, or maybe it's a free plus shipping offer, like, hey, get this huge cookbook of tea with different kinds of food. Like, you pair different kinds of wines with different kinds of food. Well, you need to know how to pair different kinds of tea with different kinds of food. And we have this great cookbook on that, and it's only $4.99 for the shipping and handling, or shipping and processing. Shipping and handling, there's certain legal stipulations with handling, but you call it shipping and processing. For shipping and processing, $4.99, you're going to get this free book. And so that's your upsell. So you get somebody spending money with you, that is a much better, much more loyal customer, much higher lifetime value. And they only spent $5 or whatever the amount is. And if you want them to do that, you get them on the thank you page to watch that video, and you also have the whole write-up underneath it, so if they don't watch the video, that you've got that amazing offer, and you tell them at the top of the page, it'll be about 10 minutes until that cool thing that you requested arrives in your email. In the meantime, watch this video to learn how to get the most out of that particular free thing, and then the offer and so forth. That's an amazing thank you page. Yep.
Is that your homepage or?
This is my homepage, and this is called a modal box. So if the user clicks on that button, get my free copy, then the modal box pops up with that progress meter at 50%, and yeah, halfway there. And then the thank you page after that with the upsell offer. And it could be a free upsell. So a little detour, conversion related, but very important. If you implement that, it's going to be amazing. Let me know and I'll send you an invoice. I'm kidding. Okay, so let's go back to your homepage. Do you know if this GDPR thing is also being picked up by Googlebot?
I don't know.
Okay, so this is something that you guys, probably many of you have that sort of thing, right? We're tracking you with cookies and,
right.
Click that you understand. Yeah, thank you, GDPR. Hopefully that goes away forever, because cookies are enabled. But if you've misconfigured things, Googlebot is cookieless. It does not have cookie support. And if you're trying to feed it this banner every single time, that sucks. That's not good for SEO. You do not want Googlebot to see this thing. It's irrelevant to Googlebot because Googlebot can't be tracked with cookies. And if you have fed this to Googlebot, it's going to get fed this every single time because you're never able to see that it's been cookied before. It does not have cookie support. So that's something to test. And the way that you would test that is for you to look, well, remember I gave that differentiation of how to see if this bit of text is indexed. Is to do an info : www.stasht.com, and then with the bit of text, like cookies to ensure, put that in quotes, and see if that's picked up. If it is, and misconfigured, I'm going to give this programmer a piece of my mind. That was not supposed to get picked up by Googlebot.
Stasht.com and then do what?
So info : here, let's just go to Google. I'm going to type in info. No, go away. Colon www.stasht.com, and then what did it say? Something to click to ensure. Here, let me go back there. Cookies. We use cookies to ensure that you have the best possible experience. So let's look for the word ensure. There it is. Oh! Unless you had the word ensure somewhere else in the page, which I bet you didn't. Nope. So they gave that to Googlebot. Oh!
How do you keep that from happening?
You have the programmer code it so that they do cookie detection. Can I cookie this user or this visitor? Nope. It didn't stick. I can't access the cookie. Oh, it's either a user who's turned off cookies or it's Googlebot. Don't serve up that banner because it's irrelevant. So you do cookie detection, and if there is no cookie support, no banner. Cool. Okay. June is National Iced Tea Month. Well, that's fun. You could do a little link building campaign around that. Do you know who freshpair.com is? Underwear company. So they invented their own holiday, National Underwear Day. And then they got a bunch of people to run the streets of New York City in their underwear, and then they had the media come and everything, and now they do it every year. It's genius. That's a great link bait campaign. That is so good. So I don't know if you can do something quite like that. I don't know if tea really has that same kind of cachet that running in your underwear would, but I'm sure you could come up with something. You just need to do some brainstorming. Do you have an agency that's very creative that can come up with this sort of stuff?
We have a really small team.
Okay. All right. Well, like I said, I'm sticking around for a while, so if there's still time, I can dream up some ideas for you.
All right, thanks.
Yeah. And you have my card, right?
I do.
Yeah. All right. There's not hardly any text on this page.
Right.
So this is the most likely page that you would get to rank if you had content on it. Because if I'm going to link to Stash T, I'm probably going to link to your homepage. I'm not going to link to the treats page. I'm not going to link to the sale page. I'm not going to link to the treats or the sale teaware page. I'm probably going to link to the homepage. So your homepage is the best shot for ranking for your highest value keyword. But we kind of missing the boat on this because we don't have much to feed the search engines.
So as far as the homepage goes, then, and I know that you're saying put your content at the top. So if that, let's say that banner just said sable and it wasn't rotating, and we just put a blurb about who we are and we're a tea authority and we've done all these great things, whatever, blah blah blah. But really,
well, let me just say something about that first. So we've done all these great things, and we're the authority in tea, and all that is all about you, and that's not good. Because the reader, the visitor, it's all about them. They're listening to WIIFM. What's in it for me? You need to be talking at least 3 times as much about them as you're talking about you. So at least 3 times as many you and yours versus us and we and I. And you also need to think in terms of, is what I'm saying on the page kind of a so what? Like if I read that, I'm like, okay, June is National Iced Tea Month, the unofficial start to summer at Stash. I'm thinking, so what? Like, how's that affecting my life? I don't care. So people are in that mode of like, so what? Or they're thinking, yeah, me too. Yeah, like that. Like if I saw something that said, "You ever have a cup of tea that is just the most exquisite experience? It was an assault on all your senses, not just your taste buds." And you're like, "Wow, I wish I could buy that tea." Like you're in some famous tea house or whatever. You ever had that experience? That's a me too, right? Yes. I've had tea before that was just, I can still remember what it was like. That's me too versus so what. So try and write from that context of, I want a lot more of the, yeah, me too. Like take them along the journey. Like, yes, I had that experience as well. And yes, I relate to that. Versus like, so what? So what it's June is National Tea Month or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. And of course, you have to work in the keywords and all that stuff. So what were you saying? I kind of jumped on another tangent.
I guess my question is, how far down can all that go? Am I trying to keep it in that top banner, just that, and have the content be right there, or can it be something that you scroll?
You can totally scroll. People are used to scrolling. Like Facebook has changed our behavior. People in the early days of the web, they did not like to scroll. We scroll all day long on Facebook. So it's okay. It's just that the stuff that's above the fold before you start scrolling is the most important. As far as Google's concerned, as far as users are concerned, it's the most likely to get consumed. It's the most likely to count for SEO. So we need to be very cognizant about what we're putting above the fold. And then below the fold, we also need to take into account, like, where is this below the fold? Is it buried near the footer? Like scroll, and then finally get to the footer and there it is? That's not good. Or is it just one screenful down? Or two screenful down? That's okay still. But the higher up the better. There's this concept called keyword prominence. Keyword density is not a thing. Never was a thing. It was ridiculous. People were tracking that. Keyword density. Like I got a 3.6 for keyword density for this 3-word phrase. I mean, nobody should ever have talked about keyword density. Keyword prominence, on the other hand, is about this keyword phrase, like, I don't know, tea connoisseur. Like, I want to rank for tea connoisseur. If I don't mention that until the very last paragraph, and it's like 10 paragraphs long, oh, by the way, this page was about tea connoisseur, I blew it. No keyword prominence there. If I mention it in the first paragraph, and it's high up, maybe just one screenful below, and just shortly below the fold, now I've got a much better chance of ranking for that particular phrase. So that's called keyword prominence. All right. So was that enough?
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. So who's up? Oh yeah, that's right. So I was supposed to go to you actually. I'm sorry.
Universitycoop.com.
Okay. Isn't this crazy? You guys missed all the other sessions and just
is more valuable.
Well, be sure to fill out an evaluation form or tell them that this was awesome, so they'll keep asking me back. So University Co-op. All right, again, I'm not loving how much screen real estate above the fold is being taken up by something that's not adding a lot of value. Remember, people listen to WIIFM, so, and it's either so what or me too. I never played football. I went to college. I was reasonably athletic. I ran track. I ran 2 minutes 6 seconds, 800 meter. That's pretty fast. I don't relate to this guy at all. So this, I would, retool that. Less screen real estate, more about the me too, and less about the so what, and more value added, focused on delivering on, like, why am I here, what's the value proposition, and what's my next step? What am I supposed to do next? All right, so again, not a lot of text here. So we improve the lives of the students. There's no keywords in here. So this is pretty prominent text. It's not helping your SEO really. Were you wanting me to give you advice on the homepage or subpages or the site overall or what?
I guess kind of just overall.
Okay.
I know one thing I'm kind of struggling with is keywords. There's so many areas where I could put keywords, so it's like to me I don't know where's the most important place to put it.
Well, if it's the homepage, there's not a lot of space right now with the current design. It's, probably about here that you can start putting text in there unless you change the layout. And so you're kind of backed into a corner with this homepage design. Let's look at textbooks.
I would go to
Oh, that's horrible.
It's a course lookup tool.
Yeah, this is what's called thin content. You don't want thin content. And you certainly don't want a lot of pages with thin content. There's hardly anything on this page. Yeah. So where would you like me to go?
I could do like men's t-shirts or something.
Men. T-shirts. Across all these different categories in the mouse over nav, how many links do you think you got? 100?
50.
50, okay. So okay. It's a lot for a user. I mean, I'm a little bit overwhelmed looking at all of these.
Yeah, we just changed e-commerce platforms.
Okay.
So we went from 300
Oh my God.
down to 50.
Oh, good job. Let's celebrate that success. Okay. Yeah, but remember the paradox of choice. The more options you give, the more decision fatigue, and that's pretty overwhelming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could still whittle it down more.
Okay, so here we've got a category page that does not sing to the search engines about university T-shirts. Especially, like, you've got a specific school. Which school is it?
University of Texas.
University of Texas, just that Texas school. University, I don't know, Texas universities. So you're not selling, what is it, Texas A&M or something, or anything like that. You're just selling University of Texas. And yet, this does not sing to the search engines for University of Texas T-shirts and men's T-shirts. You got the word men's over here. You got T's, not even T-shirts. You're not even using the word shirts. And when you do use it, it's part of the anchor text. So you're telling Google, like, hey, this T-shirt thing here is all about, that page over there is the one that's about that particular Texas Longhorns T-shirt. So this page is kind of whispering to Google about, hey, I'm kind of about men's T-shirts for University of Texas, but it's not like singing to the search engines about that. So it's simple stuff to change, headlines here, and then you're like, well, we need some copy. Do you have maybe some trivia about University of Texas that you can add, maybe in a sidebar thing, like fun trivia, tip of the day, or stat of the day, or something like that? So we want more text with keywords in it that will help reinforce this page being a good page with content. So this doesn't look like it's got much content on it. I mean, it looks like a typical e-commerce website. Google understands that. It's rendering the page. So that's fine, but we want to help this page do better. So let's add some copy. Let's make sure that it sings to the search engines for those kind of keywords that I was talking about. So where's Longhorns, Texas Longhorns? It's only in the product names. Where's University of Texas? It's maybe not even in the product names, which are links.
You see where it says like T's, would you put keywords in there and be like Texas Longhorn T's?
No, I would take this area and push down your first set of product thumbnails and create something useful about your University of Texas, Longhorns, men's T-shirts, you know, and write something useful. So that if somebody reads that, they're like, wow, that was not a waste of my time, surprisingly. Like most e-commerce sites. And, you know, make it prominent so that the most important keywords like Texas Longhorns is big and bold. Remember, it doesn't matter it's an H1. What matters is it prominent. Font size of, you know, whatever, and just bold and really obvious, laid out on the page in a place where people are going to see it. H1 doesn't matter. The fact that it's prominent and visible for the user to see does matter. So pay attention to what words are kind of the prominent headline and which ones are just part of the write-up. Does that help? Cool. All right, so who's up next?
Jampaper.com. And please don't hold back.
Okay.
So I can go back and maybe my boss has to change things.
All right. Oh, that's cluttered. This is cluttered and busy to me.
Yeah.
This makes my brain hurt.
But specifically, the subcategory page of envelopes by style that used to rank on the first page of envelopes and it fell off like brick recently.
Okay. Look at that.
Yeah, that's not, that usually doesn't rank on this today, I think.
Uh-oh.
I just noticed that now with the message of development.
When you have broken links and broken images and, you know, anything that's broken, 404 errors and all that sort of stuff, you're telling Google, like, I don't bother maintaining my website. Google does not trust a site that's not well maintained. You don't want to look like you're not keeping up with your website. It's kind of like you know, having broken windows in a neighborhood, having graffiti on the walls in the neighborhood, on the fences and everything, makes you feel unsafe, and then all the crime comes in. It's like, yeah, if I can get away with spray painting everywhere, then I can get away with murder, literally, you know? So we don't want to look like spray paint and broken windows. So that's why you always want to run a broken link checker on your site, looking for broken links, not just relying on the Google reports, but you know, so Google Search Console gives you 404 errors, but you got to run Screaming Frog or Deep Crawl or Botify to find your own 404 errors, both internal and external, so ones that are pointing to other websites as well as ones that are pointing to you. And you know, you never know, a site that existed a week ago might have gotten taken over by some spammy site, some porn site or whatever, and now you're linking to a porn site. So you got to keep up on this. And then, of course, broken images too. So, what was the keyword you fell off for?
Envelopes.
Envelopes.
So if you go to that envelopes by style, that's the same.
So envelopes by style. And that's the page that did rank,
Yeah.
but it no longer...
Actually, two of them did. So did envelopes by color.
Okay.
But now they're just way off. Not even close.
Like sub page 5, kind of deeper than that?
Yeah.
Oh.
It says like 100 plus a month.
Okay. And you didn't do anything differently?
We switched to HTTPS, but that was a while ago. I added some disavow links. It seemed to drop after that, and it was really close. So it's back to what it was when I did something.
Okay, so this is important. When you have a disavow file and you've actually dropped in the rankings, that's a sign that you have overzealously disavowed.
Yeah.
You've disavowed links that were actually beneficial to you. You probably didn't use link detox. Yeah. So how did you decide which things you were going to disavow?
On Moz.com, I went through things that were really bad spams.
Yeah, that was not the best way to do that.
There's only like 4, and then I took them off, and they seemed to go back up again, and they're still dropping. So I don't know
Yeah.
if it was that.
So HTTPS migration, you came back, or the rankings came back after that?
Yeah.
Okay, so that wasn't the issue.
Yeah.
You did a disavow, and then you undid that disavow.
Yeah.
And things came right after that.
Yeah, but not necessarily going back. Seemed like our competitors
Okay, so it's probably not the disavow, and it's probably not the HTTPS migration. So at the time that it went down, was there a known algorithmic update happening?
Mobile first stuff started.
Okay.
Coming in.
And when mobile first was big and happening, did you get a notification that you were mobile first indexed?
No.
Okay, so you were not mobile first yet.
That's right.
Were you mobile friendly?
Yes.
Okay, so it wasn't that Google decided that you're not mobile friendly, so it's not going to add you to mobile first indexing. It just didn't get to you yet, potentially. So that's probably not the issue.
Yeah, it was just slow.
Okay. So there are other algorithmic updates, that Moz has a list of algo updates. So I'd check that and look at the time frame. There's another tool that's pretty cool called Penguin. It's like the combination of panda and penguin.
Oh, okay.
So Penguin, it's a free tool. It overlays on top of your Google Analytics organic traffic graph. So if your organic traffic fell off a cliff and you get on this overlay that there's this line that says whatever update happened, correlation, not necessarily causation, but correlation there, I better investigate. All right, so frankly, I don't think this page should rank.
Oh, I agree. Everything you said has. It's bad.
It probably just took some time for it to catch up with you.
Yeah.
I really like that you got some great social proof that you guys were mentioned on ABC News and Internet Retailer, InStyle, and everything. I would incorporate that into your top nav somehow, your top masthead. That's really important, and that's invisible down here. Nobody's going to see that. Social proof is a very critical piece to conversion. And if you go back to looking at my homepage, you'll see I've incorporated the social proof. Like when I'm looking at a larger screen size, I've got it, adjusted so that people far away can see it. But normally, this social proof is above the fold. The as seen on. Powerful social proof. How many SEOs have been on ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox? And when you do this, and you make it higher up above the fold, maybe even in the, like I said, in the masthead, make these grayed out, like I'm doing, and make it clickable, not to the article or to the mention. You're not clicking off into some other website. You're taking them to your media page. And that's where they can see, they can verify that you really were on TV or you really were in a particular magazine. So here are my TV appearances. So if you guys had a TV appearance on, what was it, ABC News?
Yes.
You need to take that TV appearance and put it on your YouTube channel, because at some point ABC is going to drop that old piece of content and you're going to be out of luck. So you need to take that, put it on your own YouTube channel. Like these are all on my YouTube channel. And then you're not susceptible to having that disappear. And this is also adding to my view count. Every time somebody watches one of these videos from my media page, that adds more views and more watch time to my YouTube channel. So as far as the envelope page, I mean, it's pretty obvious that you need to make those changes that we talked about.
Yeah.
And this needs to be more valuable. And not just not bad from an SEO perspective, but how can you be remarkable with this page? And I know that's tough because it's an e-commerce website and it's a category page, but it's totally doable. And I gave you an example, real-world example, that's just kind of, starting in that direction. Bed Bath & Beyond with their explanation of thread count and Egyptian cotton versus other types of cotton, etc. But an example I can give you that is really extraordinary is there's an e-commerce site that has over 3 billion views. 3 billion. And these are product videos. So let me show you that one. It's vat19.com. VAT. Yeah. I actually co-presented with the founder, Jamie Salvatore, at one of the IRCEs a few years ago when we did a video SEO session. It was a lot of fun. He's a cool guy. Very creative, very innovative. If I'm looking for, let's say, gummy bears, gummy worms, and that sort of stuff, it's a traditional sort of category page, but boy is it remarkable, just because of what is on it. I mean, who doesn't want one of those? Right? There's a 26-pound gummy bear that they sell. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? So this is a remarkable page. They don't need to add some statistics or some trivia points about gummy bears and gummy worms on this page. They're remarkable just by being themselves. And then you look at their product pages, they've got these incredible YouTube videos that get, some of them, 20, 30, 50 million views, each of them. These guys are just killing it. They're amazing. So be like these guys with your envelopes.
Do 26-pound envelope.
Yeah. Make it rain with the envelopes. Okay, who's up next? Oh, okay.
TheGivingTreeGallery.com.
So the giving, why do you have the in there?
At the time, Giving Tree Gallery was taken.
But you have it now?
Yes.
Good. So can you change it to just Giving Tree Gallery? I think, yeah, I think that's going to make you look more legit. So whenever you do a redirect, you want to see if there's value there in doing it. In this case, I'm asking you to make a pretty big change. To drop the means you got to 3-1 redirect the entire old site that probably is on your business cards and on your product catalogs and everything to not have the. I think it's worth it because you look more legit. I would be more inclined to link to you as a blogger, and you just, when it has a the in there, it looks, or it's a .net or something that's just like, oh, it looks like the real site was taken. Yeah, hyphens, I hate those too. Oh, you have a hyphen? Yeah. Do you have the non-hyphenated version now too? Somebody else has the non-hyphenated version? And is it a competitor?
Well, they're barely using it. It's just a page.
Have you tried to buy it?
Not really. The site has grown tremendously, but yeah, it's been on my mind to try to redirect.
Yeah, you need to buy that one without the hyphen. You're losing a lot of business to them. Because people are not putting the hyphen in. They're trained to not use hyphens in domains. I mean, how many sites do you go to that have a hyphen in?
Webster MW.
Right, so if you can buy that for, even if it's $50,000 or something, it's totally worth it. The thing is I would not go to them as you. Bad idea. Like, oh, yeah, we have a live one here. You're a captive audience. They could name any price. So you have somebody else on your behalf who isn't even looking like they're coming from your behalf, but let's say it's an affiliate. Right? But it's not. It's your friend who's like building an affiliate site. And like, I want to buy this version of the domain without the hyphen, and what's it going to cost? And hopefully they've read the book. It's a negotiating book. This is awesome. Never Split the Difference. Who's heard of this book?
I've heard of it.
Who's read it? You all need to read this. I guarantee you I will make you a lot more money. Just you personally, your income will increase because you have this knowledge. next time you go in for a salary review, or next time you go in for a bonus review or performance review, next time, like if you're the boss, that you negotiate with a supplier or with a distributor or with one of your business partners. This will just kill it for you. Never split the difference.
Is it an Audible?
Yeah.
It is? Okay.
Yeah. By Chris Voss. He's an ex-FBI hostage negotiator.
How do you spell his last name?
VOSS. When you're an FBI hostage negotiator, yeah, that's it. That's not the summary version, right? That's the full
No, it's
one.
the main 8
Good.
hours, 7 minutes.
That's good. When you're an FBI hostage negotiator, it's not okay to get 3 out of 4. Right? It's all or nothing. I want all of them. There's no compromise. There's no halfway. And you need to have that kind of mentality when you're negotiating. So, anyways, great book. Where was I? I was on a tangent, and now I need to get back. Where was I?
The Giving Tree Gallery.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to actually go to Giving Tree Gallery and see what you're doing. Make sure it works. Make sure you got the right kind of redirect as well. Why are you redirecting to some category page? That's not your home page. Yeah, so have them fix that. I want to see if that's a 301 or 302 or what kind of redirect that is. So I'm going to use a tool called the Server Header Checker. It's free. It's from tools.seobook.com. But any server header checker will work if you just Google for Server Header Checker. All right. So there's the SEO Book 1. There's Webcons. There's Internet Marketing Ninjas. Any of them will work. So we're going to the SEO Book 1. I'm going to paste in your Giving Tree URL without the or the www. And I'm just going to see what happens as far as the redirects. Is it a 301 or a 302? That's a 302. I would switch that to a 301. Why is it redirecting to givingtreegallery.com/YMNPN? That doesn't sound good. You need to stop doing that. And then after that, it redirects to givingtreegallery.com. And then after that, it redirects to thegivingtreegallery.com/jewelrys/277.htm. And yeah, now we're finally after, what was that, 3 or 4 redirects. Never, ever, ever have a redirect chain like that. One redirect. Okay. I think I need have them, we need to convince them we need a live site review session that is 6 hours.
I agree. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay, so now I'm going to go to your homepage. This is very busy and doesn't look super professional the way it's laid out. Okay, we got some text here. I think it's unlikely people are going to read that. Did you put that there for SEO purposes, or?
No, just as like who we are, what we do.
Okay, so remember how I showed you the about kind of timeline thing? If you have something that's better storytelling than just, this is not storytelling.
In the About Us page.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could have a little bit of teaser around who we are and our journey and why we're different and everything that leads to the About page that has the full timeline. There's currently nothing here where that I would click on to get to the About page. You have an About page? Yeah. So this is kind of like you're trying to lead them in, but you're not leading them anywhere. You're just talking. So you want to have this design better, and then you want them to go to someplace like the About page where they can get the full journey, the full story. This is definitely not designed for conversion. So again, this is not an SEO thing, but it's costing you money. Now I'm going to direct you to this. This guy is my secret weapon. So let's kind of keep him on the DL because I don't want him to be so busy that he can't do my own site redesigns or anything anymore. But studio1design.com, the number 1, not O-N-E. The founder is Greg Mariles. He is amazing, and he's got a great team of designers. There are 15 of them, I think. They're all based in the Philippines. He's based in Australia. And a site design is only, $2,500 just for the layered Photoshop files. Then, you've got to turn that into HTML and into the theme files or template files for your CMS or e-commerce platform. But that's an incredible deal.
Because that is on the table, so because obviously we do the redesign, so we'll work with whatever platform.
Yep. Because you end up with layered Photoshop files, and then you give that to HTML coders. So they can also turn it into HTML for a separate price, but they're not going to know all the e-commerce platforms. They can turn it into WordPress theme, but if you're running on, what are you running on? Okay. So they're not going to know that. So you're going to have your Volusion developers take that HTML and put that in. But the design work they do is incredible. Look at this. This is one of my clients, taddybrothers.com. They make backup cameras. You got an RV and you want to back the truck up, right? You don't want to hit anybody. They have a backup camera that you can look and see what's behind you. This is their current design, which is awful on so many levels. Right? It looks like it was homemade, and it was. And then it's got the SEO copy as well. Okay, so look at this. I sent them to Studio One, and this is what Studio One came up with. Look at that. That looks beautiful. And the social proof, these guys get conversion. They're not just making a pretty design, they're making one that sells. Irresistible offers and social proof and not overwhelming people with decision fatigue and everything. This is really, really good stuff. Night and day difference, right?
The UI is amazing.
Yeah. These guys are good, and they understand e-commerce sites too. They did all the internal designs as well. Figure out here's a much better way to do a product selector and let's refresh this. So this is a sub-page. Very nice. If you look at their current site, it's a nightmare. Let's go into one of their best sellers. Oh my God, look at that.
So it's running concurrently with the new one?
That was a mock-up.
Okay.
What I showed you, we're in the midst of, we're in the midst of this redesign. So a little back and forth on some edits, but 98% of the way there. And then when this gets added to the HTML gets put in place, they've got a custom platform, so they're going to have to do that themselves. But the HTML will be coded by Studio One as well as the design work, which, like I said, layered Photoshop files that anyone could turn into HTML if they understand HTML coding. But they'll do that too, and I'll get put in place, and better conversion, better SEO. Yeah, studio1design.com. Tell Greg I sent you.
I will. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. What's the
max.com.gt max.com.
GTMAX. Did I get that right?
No. max.com.gt.
Max.com.gt.
Yep.
What's GT?
Guatemala.
Guatemala. Got it. All right. So a lot of the stuff that I advised you before, you guys all as a group before, about having no sliders and having more text and having the text be valuable and not SEO copy, all that stuff applies. What's the top?
Why do the sliders convert worse?
Because of decision fatigue. Because you're giving them the paradox of choice. Like instead of like 2 different jams to choose from, flavors, you give them 24.
Got
And
it.
and usually they scroll so darn fast that you don't give them a chance to read what it said. They can't. It's just frustrating. It's not a good experience. Give me an example of a top-selling product.
50-inch 4K TV.
A 4K TV. So we're going to go to TVs and videos. Actually, is that top-selling product on your homepage?
No.
Okay. Why is that?
Because we battle with the buyers. Basically, they fight for the space on our homepage, right?
Okay. So here's the thing. The buyers are essentially bidding for space on the screen. Okay? And if you just take whoever the highest bidder is, you're not taking into account the SEO implications of that, right? If you are putting a bunch of stuff that nobody cares about above everything else, and that's on the homepage, you just got some money for that, but you're not serving the user and you're not serving your SEO. The top products that are the highest margin, that sell the most, that you're going to want to rank the highest, are the ones that need to be featured on the homepage. And you can have some other space on the homepage dedicated to people who are just going to pay you money, but you need at least some of your screen real estate dedicated to those those pages of your site that are high value from an SEO perspective. Because if those are 3 clicks deep into the site tree, or 4 even, or 5, it's terrible. You want them 1 click away. How do you make them 1 click away? You feature them on your homepage.
Got it.
Okay. So let's go to the TV and video, and we're going to 4K. 4K UHD. All right, typical e-commerce category page, almost no text. That's part of an image, or that's an ad. Yeah. Okay. You're not even providing like a good sized headline with good keywords in there. Like why aren't you even mentioning that this is the 4K television page?
Yep.
And then what about like buying criteria for 4K TVs? Why 4K TVs are so much better than 1080p and da-da-da-da-da. Like no text. There's nothing. This page is essentially text-free. Yep.
For SEO, basically add text directly so that Google can crawl.
For users too.
Okay.
Because if I, as a user, don't know why I should care about a 4K TV versus a 1080p TV or whatever.
We're working on a homepage for each category.
Okay.
So
yeah, that could be good.
TVs, different types of TVs and all that.
So that would be.
We also work on homepages for subcategories, like you said, for 4K TVs, or is that not necessary?
Yeah.
Even though that might be
If it's a
another
high
click.
value, if it's a high value page or high value category for you, like you'd want a home page or whatever kind of page you call a landing page that is designed for conversion and for SEO instead of your typical kind of cookie cutter, every other category page of the site is like this. So you don't want to treat, like, let's say you have 10 children and some of the kids are, like one of them is going to Harvard and the other one's in jail. You don't treat them the same. Like, this is the Harvard kid here, and then you got some other categories that are like, they're in prison. You waste your time trying to optimize those. This needs to get a lot of your attention.
Got it.
And that means if you're going to kind of pop that out of the template, I mean, you could optimize the template so that it's site-wide across all categories, and I recommend that too.
Okay.
But if you're doing the strategy of kind of home pages for certain key department pages, category pages, yeah, do that for this because this is money right here. This is a top category for you.
Yeah, sure. Especially World Cup season.
Okay. So, in fact, make some promotion or some sort of link bait campaign around the World Cup. Right? So make fun of people who don't have 4K TVs. Right? You cannot call yourself a World Cup fan if you don't have a 4K TV. What kind of fan are you? And you could have some funny parody spoof type of commercial about that. That would be a lot of fun, and that could go really viral. All right? Is that enough?
Yep. Thank you. Yeah.
Yep, you bet. Okay.
Keen, K-E-E-N, footwear.com.
Was there supposed to be like a box lunch or something?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Yes, there is. Yeah.
Do you guys want to take a couple of minutes and go grab food and then come back? You can. I don't know if there's still food out there, but you're welcome to.
I'm good.
You're good? Anybody want? You got some. Anybody else want to get some?
Something? Do you like a turkey sandwich or a roast beef sandwich?
I'm vegetarian, so if there's any veggie. Oh, I hate portobello mushrooms.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Can I get one of those books? I send them.
Oh yeah. Did anybody not get that wants a Google Power Search book?
I'll have one.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you bet.
I'll take one. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah. You guys go ahead. Grab one.
How long do you plan to be here?
I'll probably stick around till 2:30.
2:30? Okay.
Yeah.
Leave by 1:30, but I wanted to talk to you for 2 minutes before I leave.
Okay.
See if you're available.
Yeah, sure. All right.
So our site's Keen, K-E-E-N, footwear.com. So, question I have for you. We run two sides of our business. We're brands, and we are both known as an outdoor sandal and hiking brand, and also a work heavy industries construction side of our brand, which is called Keen Utility as a sub-brand. And we've changed our navigation so that we highlight Keen Utility as work today. But we lose some of that naming convention of Keen Utility as a result. And so we're trying to build that brand as a sub-brand of our business. So I wanted to get your thoughts on, are we set up well to essentially become more non-branded relevant in search, given the way we've structured work because of its keyword prominence as a popular term.
So Keen Utility, that's a sub-brand.
It's like if you go to the work landing page, you'll see that we start to brand.
Okay, so where should I go?
Just click on work at the top.
So it's not keenutility.com, it's just part of
We
Keen
do on
Footwear.
keenutility.com, that 301s to
keenfootwear.com/work. Got it. And why was it branded Keen Utility?
Predated me. It's just the way, it's kind of like Timberland and Timberland Pro in terms of their, their pro side of their product line.
Okay. Alrighty. And when did you incorporate this branding change to work instead of utility?
About 3 years ago.
Okay. Have you seen a negative impact from doing that?
No, the brand is still establishing itself, but at the same time, we don't see this landing page is not one of our top entrance pages into the website, despite the fact that this category is growing overall for our business. So one of the questions I have is it well positioned from a non-brand term perspective to even capture that audience today?
So what would be a keyword that you would want to go after?
Construction boots, steel toe boots.
Okay. By the way, when you do searches to see where you're ranking, always get in the habit of going into incognito mode, because your search history affects the rankings.
Yeah.
It's still going to be personalized to your IP address and your geolocation, but at least it won't be personalized to your search history then. So if I were to do this search again for what, construction boots?
Yeah. I'd say just work boots in general, but yeah, construction boots works.
Okay, work boots. All right. So we got Boot Barn again, Wolverine, Dick's Sporting Goods, Red Wing Shoes. Well, you guys aren't doing so hot. Cabela's, that was a past client of mine. So do you know if you're ranking at all for?
Should be in the top 20.
In the top 20, okay. If you're not on page 1, you're invisible.
Yeah.
Over 95% of searchers do not go on page 2. Okay, still not seeing you. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try not incognito mode. And I'm already set to 100 results per page.
Okay.
So I'm going to do a search for Keen footwear. There you are. That's probably about page 5. That's tough. Like, you're going to have a hard slog up the search rankings.
Competitive space.
Yeah.
So with that as a reality, what are some of your thoughts in terms of how to, kind of, because our domain authority is pretty healthy. We're mid-60s, low 70s domain authority.
I'm not the biggest fan of domain authority as a metric.
Okay.
I much prefer trust flow and citation flow,
okay,
or DR from Ahrefs, or LRT power and LRT trust, and LRT power trust. So those are much better metrics in my view.
Okay.
But okay, so let's have a quick look and see how you're doing in Majestic's trust flow and citation flow. It's not bad. I mean, you're certainly not in a position to outperform Cabela's or some of those other big names, but yeah, better than I expected. So, but the work category is, it's a level down in the site. If your whole site was this, you'd have a better shot. Everything would be one level up. And can you have the work boots be featured on the homepage of Keen Footwear?
We can. The problem is we sell everything from baby shoes to sandals. I mean, I think work could be more prominently featured on the homepage.
Yeah.
We're working on doing more personalization, but that still doesn't really give us something that makes the experience dedicated to work.
Here's the problem with this homepage. It's very visual and pretty and a lot of screen real estate dedicated to each little thing. And if you were to do that with work boots, that's not going to help you. You need to think in terms of like, how can I leverage some of the screen real estate on the homepage to work boots, construction boots, and 15 other things that you're trying to rank for inside of work or inside of some other area. You say baby sandals and all this other stuff. Some of those are high value to you that you really want to rank for those keywords, and a lot of them are, doesn't matter. I mean, it all is in aggregate important to your business, but that's the 80-20 rule. We want to focus on the keywords and the categories that deliver 80% of the value to the organization, and even though it's like 20% of our product catalog, or 90-10. 90% of the sales or of the SEO value, the organic traffic and organic sales, from 10% of the catalog, or 10% of my keywords. And then how am I going to take, let's say, 10 or 20 of those super high value categories and keywords and feature them in a way that I don't have to have like some huge block of text or a huge block of imagery for each one. Just like, maybe it's below the fold here, but you got a lot of wasted screen real estate, and maybe, here are some of our top sellers. Here are some of our favorite products, or some of our favorite subcategories.
In your opinion, as you look between being a retailer versus being a brand, is there a difference in UX strategy as a result of that, or do you see brands should just start commoditizing their experience to be more like retailers?
I think first off, you need to think of yourselves as a website, and secondly, as a brand or a retailer. And remember that a website is something that people do and not something that people view. Most retailers and brands think in terms of a flat, passive experience, like it's a brochure or product catalog.
Yeah.
People don't like those kind of websites. There's no interactivity there. So you're a website. You're an activity that people do on the web. And whether it's retail or it's brand or it's some combination of both, what's a website that people do? Well, this is not really one of them. If I were to compare you to, this isn't...
That's a good example.
Casper?
That's the best example.
Okay, let's try that. They have a great marketing overall, these guys, and Purple. Actually, Purple's marketing even better. They're way more remarkable. This still feels a little bit flat, but let me try Purple. This is the most awesome TV commercial they posted to YouTube and Facebook and everything. You guys seen this? It's awesome. She's like Goldilocks, and she's trying these 3 different beds and everything. It's awesome. It's kind of like Dollar Shave Club. They had this amazing video. These guys are just crushing it. So I'm already intrigued by this Goldilocks video, and that's more of a website that people do. Like, you look at VAT19, and that is totally a website that people do. It's not just some passive catalog that I'm going to thumb through looking at all these crazy products. But you could even get more interactive, like, I don't know, some sort of work boot simulator or something, or some calculator for how many steps you take during a day and how much wear you're going to have on your boot or something. You have some sort of interactive assessment. Like I said,
more guided selling tools.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then that would, I think, kind of preempt the brand versus retail discussion, because it would be valuable if I'm using that tool and you're a brand, or you're seeing yourselves as a brand, and it's valuable if you see yourselves as a retailer and you have that tool. Whatever that tool happens to be.
Okay.
So we'll go back here to, what I was going to say here, this, real age, sorry. Have you guys heard of real age? It's a metric, it's like a quiz or assessment that you take, and it tells you, you know your biological age. No, actually you know your chronological age, but you don't know your biological age. You might have been living hard. I don't know what life was like when you were a teenager, but if you were living hard, you're older than your chronology. Or vice versa, if you're like vegan and you're doing yoga every day, and you're younger than you look, and your chronology, or your driver's license says. So that's real age. And if you look at the real age, oh yeah, they got bought. Anyways, back when I had looked at the Real Age website, I was like, wow, this is really, really cool. I take this assessment, it tells me my real age, my biological age, and I can compare and contrast that with my chronological age and say, wow, I'm in pretty good shape. You know, for 47 years old, I'm like 32 or whatever. Yay. Okay, so that is something that you do, not something you view. Right. Let's go back here. Did you see that you were ranking for construction boots or for some of these other work-related keywords? You're still pretty low. Yeah, that's not great. That's probably page 2. Yeah, 95, or maybe it's even page 3. Remember, 95%. Don't go to page 2. Page 1 or nothing.
So with that being said, knowing all the keywords that we're actively monitoring and trying to improve against, do you spend most of your time on page 2 because that's within striking distance of getting to page 1 and optimize for that first, or?
Potentially. I'll do things like I'll go into Google Search Console, into the Search Analytics report, and I will look for high impression count, low click count. So maybe I'm on page 2, or maybe I'm on page 1, but I'm not positioned well, or I have a terrible title or a terrible meta description or something, people aren't clicking. So that's low-hanging fruit right there. Or, yeah, I'm on the top of page 2 and it's a high-value keyword. If I just bump onto page 1, that'll make a huge difference. It's another example. I'm also looking at keywords where it's close, but it's not the main keyword. So I had given my daughter SEO advice when she was 14 years old, and she started a website all about Neopets, virtual pet site, and she was a big geek on that. So she wrote a bunch of blog posts and how to game cheats and everything like that, and she wanted to make passive income, and she did. She got like $1,000 a month passive income from her blog. As a 16-year-old, that was pretty cool. So I told her, start with something that's not quite as competitive, like Neopet cheats. Well, the website's called Neopets. Neopet cheats, it was pretty easy for her to rank for that. And then she was able to start getting some traction, and then she could reach out to the media or speaking at conference. She spoke at BlogHer, a women bloggers conference, at 16 years old, and she had already had some success. But her speaking, and then bloggers in the audience saying, wow, that's really cool. This kid is getting passive income and ranking for Neopet cheats and so forth. And she was really wanting to rank for Neopets cheats. So then she started ranking for that, because she started getting links from these bloggers, and she started getting in the newspapers and stuff like that. Then after that, ranking on page 1 for Neopets cheats, she eventually got on page 1 for Neopets. Right, so you kind of step through this. Maybe you're not able to rank for work boots, but maybe you're able to rank for, and not even construction boots, you're not, I mean, you're closer.
Yeah.
But maybe it's steel toe construction boots, yeah.
We write blog. We've got a team that's actively writing blogs multiple times a week, and yet we don't see the traffic that we should get for the amount of investment we're making there. Do you see that as a symptom of poor quality content, or a symptom of poor quality, kind of markup on the back end? What, do you see the blogs as a separate extension of your website being an effective traffic driver, or do you think it should be infused more into your core shopping pages itself?
Well, the best little bits of the content should be incorporated into category pages, product pages, and so forth, so that those the shopping pages need to be more link worthy. Mm-hmm. If you get even a small number of deep links directly to a category page or to a product page, that's going to really help that page rank.
So write the full content in your blog, but take snippets and infuse it into the rest of your site.
Yeah. And it's usually not an HTML problem. When you have something not ranking well, it's usually that the content isn't link worthy, or the content isn't keyword rich, or it doesn't have the right words. Like I had, when I was working with Kohl's department stores, one of their trophy terms they were just fixated on was kitchen electrics. Nobody is searching for kitchen electrics. Mm-hmm. Nobody even knows what that is. It's like small kitchen appliances, food processors, and that. That's an industry term. But they were fixated on, their CEO wanted to see them rank for kitchen electrics. And I'm like, this is folly. Make sure you're going after the right keyword. So if it's steel-toed construction boots, spend the minute going to Moz's Keyword Explorer, or one of these other keyword research tools, and see what the numbers are. And don't believe the AdWords keyword planner, because that tool is full of bunk.
Yeah. With as much energy that's switching into question-based search and voice-based search as a result of that,
yeah.
I mean, how have you advised your clients on how to rank better for questions? I mean, do you actually put Q&A into key pages, or
yeah.
I mean, to win those answer boxes, is it about having the actual question and then having solutions to it?
That's not the main thing, but it is one thing that I would do. And remember, there are a lot of questions that are implied questions where they're not using who, what, why, when, and where. Like just having a preposition, like in or near or to or from or of or whatever, that could indicate that there is an implied question.
Yeah.
So one way to do that is to just incorporate into every sales page, every landing page, every category page, relevant FAQs. Like if you look at, here's one of my sites, passionsintoprofits.com. I've incorporated some Q&A right into the home page. And then if you look at stephanspencer.com and you go to my SEO coaching page, you'll see relevant Q&A about my coaching services on that page. Same thing with my consulting page. And there are different ways of designing this. I like the look of this. But the stuff that is behind the plus sign is partially discounted by Google. So I was fine with that in this case, because these are not like really keyword rich bits of copy. Is really to get the conversion, and I was doing a lot of Facebook ads and stuff. So this normally what I would have done for an SEO from an SEO standpoint is make these all expanded on by default.
Okay.
Not even have a plus and minus sign. Okay. But if you are going to use the expander thing, the most valuable question and answer from an SEO perspective should be first, and it should be expanded by default. Okay. So you see plenty of FAQ type things where they've expanded the first one by default, and it's like 3 paragraphs, and then the rest of them are all collapsed. That's fine. Don't make them all collapsed, and pick the one that has got the most important SEO copy, not SEO copy, but the most important copy from an SEO perspective, first and foremost, and expand it.
Cool. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay,
All
I
right.
got one for you.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so you have a quick question?
Quick question, yeah.
Okay.
What's your take on syndicated content? I think it's...
Syndicated content.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your website.
you're competing with yourself, essentially. So you, on some other, let's say, I don't know, thought catalog or whatever, right? So you're posting some article on another site or on 50 other sites, and now that's syndicated content, and now you're competing with yourself because you over there on those sites is competing with you over here on your main site. Now, if we're talking about products...
Yeah, well, if you have it on your website, syndicated content from someone else on your website.
Oh, syndicate, like you're taking other people's content, like maybe it's Wikipedia or whatever.
Like for the TV that I showed you, the Samsung TV, Samsung gives us content.
Oh, you're talking about manufacturer-supplied content.
Yeah, that they store in some,
Yeah, that sucks.
That sucks.
Yeah, it's terrible. You're just using duplicate content that everybody else is using.
Does it go against you, or is it like neutral? Or
The person or the website that has the most authority, the most trust, is going to win, and that's probably not going to be you. So if Google finds 50,000 copies of that chunk of text, and you haven't added a lot of value in terms of other things like reviews and statistics and trends and the history of the television and whatever else, you're just what everybody else is, an e-commerce site with the description and some technical specs also provided by the by the manufacturer, and some product images. You're just like everybody else. So then Google's going to pick the one out of everybody else that is the most authoritative, and it's not going to be you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for a great session.
Yeah.
Are you available to talk next week about possibly working on an SEO consulting?
I would love to. Yeah.
Where should I contact you?
So you can either call me, it's myself, or you can email me. That's my email address. Do you have a card?
I ran out actually yesterday at the conference.
Okay, so can I get your email address?
Sure.
All right. You guys are the diehards. I'm impressed. What's your name?
I have two different businesses. This one isn't e-commerce specific, but is the one that does far better than. I understand you specialize in SEO.
Oh, yeah. I work with publishers and. Perfect.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, sorry. Did I say somebody else was next, or did I not? Okay, so you can go.
AnniesCatalog.com.
Annie's catalog?
Annie's.
Annie's.
ANNIES.
This is hilarious. I wonder if the staff know that this is still going on. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Anything in particular you're looking for?
No, not in particular. I guess maybe just a quick rundown of your thoughts.
Well, this is our main retail site, so we sell crochet patterns, quilt patterns, plastic canvas. The site hasn't been redesigned in a while.
Is it a big site?
Yeah, we average probably 30,000 visits a day on the site.
Okay, and how many SKUs?
4,000.
Okay. Have you ever used a tool like SEMrush to see what your keyword?
Yeah, we have a subscription to it.
Yep. And do you have any? Do you have any featured snippets?
That's a good question.
Well, you can check with SEMrush.
Yeah. I don't know offhand.
Okay, well, let's have a look. So for those of you who are not familiar with SEMrush, it's a great tool. And I'm going to go here to organic research. It's like a competitive intelligence tool. But we can use it on your own site as well.
Yep.
And you'll see that under SERP features, featured snippet will oftentimes appear. If it does, well, you can click on that, and it will take all those organic listings that you have and all the organic keywords and collapse it down to just ones where you have a featured snippet. You have a featured snippet, for example, for blocking crochet. Did you know it?
Not offhand, no.
Yeah. And then you can see by clicking on the SERP icon what that looks like. It shows you a cached version. Because these featured snippets are very volatile. They come and go really fast because Google's innovating this really, really quickly. You'll have an organic listing, like you might be number 3 for a long period of time, but you might only have a featured snippet for a few hours. It's like, what? Where'd it go? It's gone. So that's why having this ability to see the cached version of what you did have. What kind of featured snippet was it? Was it a paragraph? Was it a table? Was it a numbered list, a bulleted list? You can see it. Really, really handy.
Okay.
So this is an example here. And then without restricting it to just featured snippets, you have 42,000 keywords that you're ranking for. I can also, in Ahrefs, I really like Ahrefs as well. Doesn't have as sophisticated of stuff in the featured snippet area, but it's got some really great tools and capabilities and other things. So let's look at Annie's catalog in this. And one of the first things I'll go to in this tool is the organic search tab. I'll look at the organic traffic, and you're not doing so hot. You're really stagnant. Actually, you're going down. Like compare year to year, and that's organic traffic. This is an estimate, so it may not be completely accurate. If you look at your Google Analytics, your organic traffic there, it might not be exactly like this. But if I'm also seeing things go stagnant with your organic keywords, how many organic keywords you have is stuck. You're not growing there. Now if I compare that to, remember I showed you that Toddy Brothers design that we're working on? Well, we're doing some other stuff too, like link building. I have a team out of the UK that I work with that does pay-for-performance link building. And check this out. Oh, hello. You can see when I started working with them. It was January, and this is on the uptick, and this, both organic traffic and organic keywords. Really, really good. So that's what we need for you.
Performance link building.
Yeah, so if you can imagine, instead of just paying and hoping, you pay for the links, but they're not paid links. They're willing to put their compensation on the line because they're so good at it. They use Pitchbox and they do all the outreach. They're very, very good at this. And so good that they're willing to put it all at risk and say, I'm not going to get paid if I don't get you the links. And they charge based on the DR, the Ahrefs DR, and the TF, the traffic estimate that Ahrefs has. So they've got a couple of different metrics that they base that on. But let's say you put $5,000 a month budget in, you have to prepay for that, even though it is pay for performance because they want to make sure they're not getting stiffed. So then they get the money, they start doing the link building, and you always prepay for the next month, but then they'll credit you back if they didn't get you all the links they were aiming for. And then they delineate out, like, these are the links, these are the linking sites, the linking pages, and this is the DR and the TF and all that. And this is the anchor text they use, this is the page they're linking to on your site. It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's really, really good, and clearly it works. I mean, we're doing other stuff too, but a lot of the magic is the link building that we're doing. What's that? Oh, it's a secret. Yes, I'm only letting my clients work with them. So if you want to work with me, I'm happy to have them work on your stuff. So let's go back here to Annie's catalog, and again, we're looking at how things have gone stagnant. Have you done any kind of SEO work over these last, 12 months, 15, 16 months?
No, not. I can dedicate an effort, really, no.
Okay, well, it shows. So we're gonna change this. We're gonna change this trend. Do you have a kind of a roadmap of what you need to do, or are you looking for an SEO audit at this point, or do you have an in-house SEO person that you're in the process of hiring? Like, what are you going to do to reverse this this trend of stagnation?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think an audit would be a good first step there.
Yeah. So if you get an outsourced audit, I would not do an audit in-house. So you want somebody who's a specialist, an expert on SEO to do the audit. That's your roadmap.
Mm-hmm.
Typically, I would get a technical audit and a content audit and a link audit. You might just get a whole SEO audit, but you want to make sure that all three of those components are adequately addressed.
Mm-hmm.
So you got a link audit, you got a content audit, and you have a tech audit. Tech audit includes things like 301 redirects and canonicals and href tags and duplicate content, and right? And robust.text, etc. And in the content audit, looking at keyword usage and keyword placement and HTML containers and all that sort of stuff, schema markup, schema.org, etc. And then the link audit, you're looking at toxic link analysis, something like link detox. You're looking at not being overly engineered looking in terms of your link profile, not having all .com links pointing to you, or not having it all be links that are from a particular level of trust flow. You'd be surprised how little trust and citation flow that you'll get from these linking pages. So if they're all zeros, essentially, or most of them are, then that's a footprint that says, screaming to Google, like, hey, you've been doing link building. Themes of sites, if it's all the same theme or it's all the same type of site, if they're all like forum sites, like there's so many footprints that you could inadvertently leave. So you need to have a full-scale link audit as well.
Yeah.
Even if the links look like they're legit, you need to look for how they might be seen as engineered or not naturally occurring.
Yeah.
So an SEO audit, when I do an SEO audit, and if I do it as kind of a combo of all three audits, I charge $35K. Anywhere from $10K and up is typical. If you're paying like $5K, yeah. It's like trying to buy a house for $5K. Good luck. It's going to be garbage. Do you have companies in mind that you're going to be looking at, or?
No, not really.
Okay.
One other kind of concern was just the website layout and not having a lot of content on the website. That's something that you talked about quite a bit today.
Yeah, so I mean, there's so many other things that I could have really geeked out on technical issues, but I didn't want to make your brains hurt too much. Like one common technical issue, for example, is that here, let's look at is disallows. Disallows in the robots.txt file are usually the wrong thing to be doing. A disallow is telling Google bot not to visit. That doesn't drop the page from the search results. If you want Google to not access your classes or your tour or your promos, if you don't want Googlebot to access those, that's fine. That belongs there. But if you're trying to get those pages to not show up in the Google search results, you're doing the wrong thing. A no index is what you would want.
Got it.
So you'd actually not only have to add a meta robots no index to the page or the set of pages, you would need to remove the disallow so that Googlebot can come in and see that there is a meta tag now saying no index. So these are the kind of technical nuances that would be caught through an SEO audit.
So from the classes example,
yeah,
it's currently not being spidered by Google.
Right. But if I check to see, are these pages actually showing up in Google, and you'll get this notice that it's like these pages don't have information about them because of the robots.txt file. So let's try this, anniescatalog.com with a site colon, and then I add classes at the end. Okay, so that is not showing up in the search results. But if I go to some of these other ones like tour and promo, I bet I'm going to eventually find pages that are showing up in Google. So let's try cart. There we go. There's an example. It's just one page. It's your cart page. But you told Googlebot to disallow this. And here it is. It's in Google. How'd that happen? Because it's not no indexed. No index says no index. Don't index this. Don't include it in your big database. Disallow says stop spidering my page. You can keep putting it in the search results, but just stop spidering.
Okay. Going back to the classes example, then
yeah.
I think that's obviously something that we would want indexed. I'm not sure why we wouldn't want Google to stop spidering it, though.
Yeah, there's really no reason on that one. Yeah.
That's really weird.
So I have another question for you too, real quick on our site. So,
yeah.
How big of a deal is it to have a readable URL? So, if you click on one of our subcategories there, it's a database. It's category ID equals 75 or something like that.
So which one? Would you like me to click on?
Any of them. You can click on
not SEO friendly.
Right.
Like Afghan patterns?
Yeah. How big of an impact is not?
Very minimal. Very, very minimal. The URL, whether it has keywords or it has a category ID or whatever, that's a minor signal.
Okay.
But, yeah, ideally it would have Afghan patterns in the file name portion, or this after the .com. That'd be great.
Yeah.
But you don't, and if it's a ton of work or even a not insignificant amount of work, it's not worth doing.
Okay.
You're not going to get the benefit. Remember, be outcome focused.
Yeah.
If it's not going to move the needle a lot, then you got to move on to other things.
You hear a lot of different answers on that one. Some
Yeah.
people say it's the biggest deal.
It's not. What happens, though, is that some of these URLs are so search engine unfriendly, they have umpteen number of name value pairs after the question mark. So that after the question mark, that's known as a query string. They have these horrible query strings, and they have superfluous parameters like UTM source, UTM medium, and like all these tracking things, all these different session IDs, user IDs, all that stuff's really bad for SEO. And you'd be surprised that here we have something that should be so obvious to Google as a UTM _ that's owned by Google. It's a Google Analytics tag. They should know better. But yet when I do a search for UTM _ medium or source, I find tons of pages in Google. It's crazy. Like, look at this. This should not be in there. This is a Nordstrom Rack page that has a UTM medium and a whole bunch of other stuff. Here's a Dragon Naturally Speaking. It's the Nuance store with UTM medium. And here's one, Ticketfly. UTM medium equals BKS. So if I click on that, it's going to incorrectly associate me in a bucket of, hey, this came from BKS. No, it came from Google. I did a Google search. And it's creating duplicate content because there's another page that is probably also in Google that doesn't have the UTM medium. And so now I'm competing with myself with two versions of the same piece of content at different URLs. So you cannot trust Google to get it right. You have to use canonicals properly, and you can't trust the canonicals because those are only hints. You have to actually test this. And like I could look here and see, is there a canonical present in the HTML? Oh, this is that thing where it says no information is available for this page. This has been disallowed by Google, disallowed with the robots.txt. So now Google has no information about what's contained on this page. So you don't. There's so many of these technical issues that you gotta look at. So get an expert. You know, I do SEO audits, but there are other companies that do them too. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right. Who's up next?
Good question. Before starting out.
Yep.
First of all, how many keywords should you focus on? Whether it's 50, 100, 150. And then how many months do you think is a reasonable amount of period to hold somebody accountable in performance?
How big of a site do you have?
I own a home textile brand. We have about 40 different SKUs. It's not very big. I mean, it's got 40 different products with different colors and sizes.
Okay. The more keywords, the better. I'm a small company, and I'm trying to rank for thousands of keywords.
So thousands of keywords, so that basically means that somebody would be essentially backlinking thousands of keywords.
No.
Or just content to the web page.
You need to have enough pages that you can go after thousands of keywords. If you have a 5-page website, good luck with trying to rank for thousands of keywords. You want more pages. Every page is like a virtual salesperson in Google. If you have 5 pages, and that's only 5 virtual salespeople that are bringing in potential customers through your doors from Google searches.
Would you consider category as a page, or each product
Every
as well
product
as a
page, every category page, every article, every blog post, every single page that's indexed in Google. If I do a site colon search for your domain name, I should be able to see dozens, hopefully hundreds, maybe even thousands of pages, even for a small site like yours.
Okay.
So if you only have 50 pages to your site, start working on building out lots more content. Have a resource area to your site. Start a blog and blog 3 times a week, and like do stuff to create a lot of content, because you're going to have a hard time ranking for a decent amount of keywords when you have a small website.
So ideally, to be taken seriously, about a couple hundred pages to start with.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Yep. All right.
So with customer's.com, but we're switching to Magento too. So I was
Okay.
wondering if you could look at the dev site.
So this is your dev site. Okay.
Yeah. So hopefully it's not too buggy. But
So this is not public. I couldn't pull it up on.
you can't because it's you have
Behind
to
the-
change the host file.
Got it.
Here, you want to sit in this chair? You can see.
All right. So, what's your concern with this new design?
I mean, content. I think you mentioned, content.
We don't
I
have
think-
as much
are we okay
text on the home
content?
page
Yeah.
as we do on the current page.
Okay, so let's look at the current page, headcovers.com. Okay, now how much do you have here?
Probably pretty much it, yeah. Except for there.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's not gonna be great. Let's look at the quality of this content that you have currently. Is this about thing the same? No.
No, it's different.
Okay. Yeah, that's not great. You're
So we need to add it back in.
well, you need to be strategic about what you add back in. Like, look at this particular testimonial, for example. I'm so grateful for head covers and the hats they offer. I wanted to attend my son's college graduation, but my hair loss is so severe that the last thing I wanted was for people to focus on that instead of on the huge accomplishment of my son. I was embarrassed to say the least. Just a couple of months before the date, I found the head cover site. So there are a few keywords in here that are great, like hair loss and that's about it, actually. Yeah. So let's see if you have hair loss elsewhere. Okay, 14 occurrences. So you're fine. You get rid of that particular testimonial, which you did, and it's not a big loss. You've got plenty of other occurrences of hair loss, and there's a lot of stuff in here about college graduation and accomplishment and embarrassed and stuff like that, which it's not important for SEO. There's no loss in this. You don't need to add that back in. Okay. But maybe this one has like 5 really important keywords that you're not using elsewhere in the page, and now you're going to go off the grid for those particular keywords because now they're not on your homepage at all.
Right. Okay. So kind of analyze each section.
Yeah.
So the next question would be, do we need more? Would that help us with other keywords, or
Well, more is better.
More is better. Okay.
More is better, but it gets to a point where the page is not usable anymore.
Right. Well,
you don't want that.
Yeah.
And some areas could be done differently, like this from our blog. I'm not a big fan of just taking your last 3 blog posts. I mean, have you been to a homepage and seen the last 3 blog posts and like, oh, I got to read that? If instead you hand pick the particular blog post to feature because they're so amazing and so compelling and like they draw the person in and they're important for SEO too. Don't just feature the last 3. Feature the 3 that are most important to you from an SEO standpoint, from a conversion standpoint, etc. And then don't just include 5 or 6 words about that blog post. How to grieve and cope with hair loss. Read more.
Get a little more summary.
Not the same 10 or 15 or 30 words from the blog post, but handcraft something unique that's not duplicate content. And now you've got something valuable for humans, for the visitors, and something valuable for the search engines.
I think the second question was, if you were waiting, because the group we're working with right now probably waits with actual effort about 2% on the backlinks and about 98% on content on the website.
Yeah.
And we're feeling like we need. It's maybe a little more balanced approach.
Maybe
50-50.
It should be at least 50-50. Okay. In the link building, half of that is outreach, like using tools like Pitchbox, and half of that is campaign creation. Right? I mentioned that campaign of free business cards for life that we did for overnight prints. Just one example where you're coming up with something that is going to get traction and not just writing a blog post.
Right.
Oh, this is going to be a really good blog post. And okay, but nobody's thinking that. I haven't been to headcovers.com blog in a little while. I should see if they wrote something really good. It doesn't happen.
Right.
Especially not from the Linkerati. Yeah. That's who you're targeting with this content.
So on our category pages, we do have, let's go here. So that's there. Our SEO people told us to keep it at the top of the page, but then you were saying don't put blocks of text. So
well, you can have text. I mean, this is clearly not something I would read. And anytime that you have something that is there for SEO purposes and your users are not going to gain value from it, you're doing it wrong.
So how would you recommend doing it?
Well, there's this article on Backlinko on SEO copywriting. It's backlinko.com/SEO-copywriting.
Backlink what?
Backlinko.
Okay.
So it's like backlink, but with an O. .com/SEO-copywriting. It's a great article. And one of the ideas from this article is to have bucket brigades. What's a bucket brigade? It's like a cliffhanger sentence. It keeps people reading, it keeps them engaged. Here are a few examples. Look, colon, that's the whole paragraph. And here's another one. People that succeed with SEO do two things very well. And that's the whole sentence. Who's going to, or the whole paragraph, who's going to stop reading there? Oh, I don't know. I don't care about those two things. And then here's another example. But you're probably wondering, colon. It's like reading a Dan Brown novel. You cannot stop at the end of a chapter. It's impossible. So that's 1 out of 17 different ideas for SEO copywriting. So you can overhaul this wall of text that nobody is going to want to read and turn that into something really engaging. And it might not be in this format anymore because it's spread out more and it's got some images and it's got some visual treatments to it that make it more exciting. And then maybe it doesn't belong here. Maybe you make some room over here for it. You don't want to distract people from buying. You don't want to push all the important product down below the fold.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Do you have an example of someone who's incorporated that into a category page that's done it well? Because that's always the battle is, having that text there when you really just want to shop, right? So do you have any examples?
Off the top of my head, no, but let's have a look at this would be kind of a random look for things. I don't have any off the top of my head, but since I'm looking at REI right now, I really like their blog. If you just Google for REI blog, you'll see that they do a really nice job with their blog. Looks like an online magazine. Really, really engaging. The most obscure yet hotly contested ski world record. God, I want to read that. It's not like, hey, we were at IRCE, come see us at our booth. Riveting content.
So making a link like rei.com/blog versus blog.rei.com, does that make a difference?
Yeah, I would not want to have blog.rei.com because that is not on the same subdomain as my main site. And I won't get as much transfer over of PageRank, of link equity to the products and the whole online catalog. Yeah, definitely big difference there.
Is there anything else you see off the top of your head? Just looking at it? I know you don't want that.
Well, it needs to be done in a way that is actually, this looks suspicious because it's just this wall of text. It's not designed for, it's not a good UI.
Yeah.
I'm unlikely to read that.
So make it look more engaging if it's going to be there.
Yeah. Like really give them a very helpful set of tips and kind of walk them through the process of selecting the right headwear. And if this page, or if this content is on other pages, then that's not good. That's duplicate content. Is this something that you're doing on multiple pages? The same content?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does Pinterest,
I'm going to start losing my voice soon.
Does Pinterest posts, do they qualify as backlinks?
No. Just like every other social network, Those are no followed links.
You guys, are you still with, I'm like the last one to this party, so you guys can go first.
Back in the day, the .com was taken.
Uh-huh.
The owners are another church body or whatever.
Yeah.
But they recently rebranded, but it's only been a year, so they're still using that domain. Do you think there's maybe if we like had someone on our behalf, like you had mentioned before.
Yeah.
But if that didn't work, you were saying, well, .net's not trusted as much. It's not as credible. Like in our case, would it matter as much? 'Cause
It doesn't look as credible to humans.
Right.
It's not a real problem with Google, but .nets just generally tend to get worse backlinks.
like that was my first impression, but I was doing research and of course take things with a grain of salt. But yeah, so I was just wondering, because I heard you say that earlier, but that we'd have to like completely do something different to get a .com. Like it's not really possible with our current.
So have you ever spoken to that other organization about buying that domain?
So you think having someone on our behalf sort of thing, maybe?
Well, in the case, like it's a 3-letter domain. That's super high value.
Right.
I would go as you.
Yeah. Okay.
Because unless they're like some warring sect, and it's like
I don't think so.
Are they also Lutheran?
I don't think so. It's Nazarene Publishing House, but they rebranded as the Foundry.
Okay.
So yeah, so they're.
So it's Christian.
Yeah, it's Christian.
So.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm a fellow Christian,
Right.
and we're helping spread the good word and everything.
Right. Yeah.
It's much better than having somebody like say, I'm trying to buy. Like they're gonna suspect anybody that's trying to buy the domain from them is like, oh, there's a domainer behind this.
Right.
Because it's a high value domain, 3 letters.
How long would you, if you were them and you just rebranded like a year ago, you're going to want that in place for quite a while though, right? That domain.
Yeah. And I would probably want some sort of promise of like redirect. Well, you know what? You might say, hey, I'll buy the domain and I will have an SEO team go and contact all of the websites that are linking to you at the old domain and change it to the Foundry.
Okay.
Because that's actually better for you, better for your brand, better for SEO. It's not that much better, but it's a little bit better for SEO. And, you know, I'll pay for that.
Okay. That's interesting.
And I'll pay you some money for the domain as well. Mm-hmm. And we're going to help spread the good word.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
If God told you to do it, then it's another.
Exactly. This came to me in a dream. And
How can you argue with that, right?
all right, who's up next?
Hi, Stephan. We're from supplyhouse.com.
Supply House, okay.
We're not actively doing anything for SEO. We're just, would you mind just taking a quick look at our site?
Okay.
See if there's anything.
Okay.
We do have a blog, but it's linked to our old site, which is in a different domain, I believe. We're not doing anything like external links or anything like that. But
Okay. So where's the blog? Oh, there it is. So it's blog.supplyhouse. So it's a different subdomain, same domain. That would be worse if it were a completely different domain.
But this is what you're saying not to do. Google
Yeah, don't do
slash.
this. To do it on /blog or to do it on / what is the name of this blog? Oh, you just call it Supply House blog. I mean, if you gave it a name like, I don't know what you'd call it. But yeah, have it as a subdirectory instead of a subdomain. So this is, how old this particular site?
We have been started from 2005. We named by then packsupply.com, and then we rebranded this about 3 years ago.
Okay. So Pack Supply?
Pack Supply. PEX Supply.
Oh, PEX.
Yeah, Pack Supply.
Supply.com. And this 301 redirects, I'm guessing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what happens if I go to Majestic and I put in both of those domains. Let's see what happens. PEX supply. Okay, so it's 16 trust flow, 24 citation flow, and that transfers over to the, I've got a redirect, so that transfers over to the new domain supply house.
Yeah. It's not much higher.
So this is a weird problem here. It shouldn't be such a big discrepancy. Your citation flow is so much higher than your trust flow. Did you do some low quality backlinking?
I don't think
so. You're not actively monitoring that.
Okay, so somebody might have gone after you and tried to hurt your rankings. Because you're not very trusted and you've got a lot of importance in terms of your link equity. So you need to do a link detox and see how bad it is.
There is one
This looks really suspicious. And this is another thing too. You look at your scatter graph. There are two scatter graphs here. One is, and here's trust flow on the y-axis, citation flow on the x-axis. You got referring domains here. You've got external backlinks here. What I want to have is as much activity as possible above the diagonal, where I have more trust than I have importance. So this is, and where it really matters is not down here, where it's low trust, low importance, but way out here. High trust, higher trust than importance, where it really matters. So this looks okay. That looks pretty good. But this doesn't mesh with that huge discrepancy in the numbers. So let's also look at the scatter graph for all the backlinks. So maybe the domains that are linking to you, some of them are high trust, but they're linking to you from really low value or orphan pages even. So now if we look here, all the pages that are linking to you have a low trust and citation flow. You have a couple that look pretty good here, but those could actually be anomalies where they're like no followed links that are not counting but still showing up on the graph. So you have to look at that, but this doesn't look very healthy. A lot of activity below the fold, not much happening above the diagonal, I mean. Not much happening above the diagonal, most of it happening below the diagonal, and it's all way down here. Whereas if you look at my StephanSpencer.com, I have many more data points, many more dots above the diagonal than you guys do. And then if you look at the referring domains, wow, lots of high value domains above the diagonal. So that's going to require a link detox to check that out. Let's see here, where was I? I'm going to have a look at something different here. Let's look at your robots. That's a lot of disallows. What are you disallowing here? What are these things?
Question.
This is a very technical question.
Create new customer. I don't even know.
So it looks like some of the stuff is you're saying we don't want search results getting probably indexed, but they didn't realize when they created this that this is not stopping that. So search results, sort order, refinements, search refinements. Let's have a look and see how this is working here. So if I take that part, let's do this. So I'm going to do a site colon for supply house. So these are all still getting indexed. Well, there's not that many, but there's a disallow in place when you really needed a no index. Remember? Let's try the sort order one. In URL colon sort order. Okay, so how many we got? Okay, not very many. But you could imagine there, I could probably find some of these that have hundreds potentially of pages that are still in Google that you've disallowed, but they should have been no indexed. So that's one thing. You've got a bunch of XML sitemaps. Let's have a look at those. Okay, so this is a sitemap index, and it lists a bunch of other sitemap files inside of there. So let's have a look at one of these. This is for categories. All right, so this is an XML sitemap with a bunch of category pages. All right, so that looks fine. I don't see anything that's a problem there. What's your what geographic location is your primary target audience?
I think most of our sales come from New York.
So it's in the U.S.
It's nationwide, so like the large states.
Okay. Let's do a site colon. Okay. Okay, so there's room for improvement here for sure. See these like Mr. Peck's, supplyhouse.com. There's no keywords in that. Matco Norca. Is that a brand?
Yes, that's a brand.
So that's a keyword, but there's no other keywords in there.
So it's better to have something like this, have more keywords related to the brand.
Yes, but without looking spammy. That looks spammy.
Without the pipes, or?
Well, the pipe symbols aren't really what makes it look spammy. It just, whether it's commas or pipe symbols, you don't want to try and rank for, I don't know, let's say dog supplies and say dog supplies, dog products, dog accessories, dog leashes, dog beds, dog everything. We've got everything dog as the title tag. And it's not quite that bad, but it's kind of bad. Rental radiator, rental heater, rental baseboard, supplyhouse.com. See how it's kind of keyword stuffed?
Yeah.
So make it more valuable and interesting to the visitor who's seeing you in the Google search results. Make them want to click, more compelling, and be more thoughtful about what keywords you're targeting in that title tag. So you can't target everything. Which one of those is the most valuable? It's redundant to say rental and then rental radiator. You had rental in the word in the phrase rental radiator.
Yeah.
So it's completely unnecessary to list rental there as the first two words. So just taking some SEO best practices into account when you're rewriting these title tags will be helpful. Radiant Heat, is that a brand?
No, it's just a one category.
Product category. Is that something people search for?
Yeah, I think so.
Let's see. This is Moz Keyword Explorer. I'm going to put in Radiant Heat. Oh, more than I thought, but it's not huge. It's not a big keyword. 6,500 to 9,300. This is within 95% accuracy. And that's across the U.S. on a monthly basis. That's not bad.
Is there a better term for this? Like, is it possible to find out what is better term than using radiant heat?
Well, okay, so if I look at some of the if I look at some of these other keyword suggestions, I'm trying to get a sense for what are people searching for related to radiant heat. Radiant heat baseboard. That's tiny. That's like a rounding error. It's essentially 0. Radiant heat cost. Radiant heat installation. These are all tiny, tiny, tiny. This could be like you and a competitor checking your rankings every day. That's it. We're trying to find, let's sort by monthly volume. So I click on that column heading, and I see that radiant heater is the next most popular keyword. Is that what you're selling, is radiant heaters? No, this is radiant heat for floors, like underneath the floor. Is that what that is?
Right, and also some like accessory supplies. So I guess we didn't group it as heaters. Rather than that, we group it as heat.
So heated flooring, or heated, yeah. I think that would be way better, because radiant heat, somebody types that into Google, they're probably not looking for something to warm their floors.
Gotcha.
It's not relevant. So if I do a search instead here for heated floors.
Contractors.
Heated floors.
Well, if a contractor knows that that's the term, is that the term that they normally use?
That's a good question. I think well, our boss thought it's a good term, so probably contractors thought they were, but 75 of our sales are actually from homeowners, not from contractors, even though we're targeting at them.
Okay.
So
Well, that's important then to, I mean, I would do some just informal studies of the contractors, like focus groups, some informal focus groups. Just pay them $100 to come for a half day or a couple hours, and then ask them a bunch of questions, like try searching for this, or what do you normally, what terminology you normally use to refer to the thing that's underneath the flooring to heat it up, and that sort of stuff.
sounds good. That's a good.
Yeah, and then on top of that, I would do a similar kind of focus group with homeowners. Because if they're buying a lot of your product, you don't want to alienate them. You want to have the right terminology for them too. So maybe they don't know those words. They don't even know what radiant means.
That's a good one. Thank you.
Yep, so I see you can see heated floors. That's pretty good. 4,300 to 6,500. Look at this, radiant floor heating.
Yeah,
6,500 to 9,300. Do you even use that phrase? Let's
never
see.
seen
We
that.
probably have something similar in our page search.
Well, let's see if you actually use that phrase on your website. So what's your domain again?
Supplyhouse.
Supplyhouse.com. See, I'm putting that phrase in quotes, so I'm looking for that exact phrase on your website. And you are using it. So radiant floor heating. Let's see if you're actually using it in a title. So in title colon. Okay, there's only 4 pages, 5 pages. And two of them are
PDFs.
yeah, which will never rank. Okay, so there's room for improvement.
Is there anything that you see from our homepage that you think we need to work on, especially content?
Okay, so let's look at your homepage again. What's your unique selling proposition? None of that comes through to me on the homepage.
People will service. That's like our.
Yeah, that's not unique. I don't know of any competitors of yours that have fake people or that have robots, and they probably have actual service too. It might be bad service, but it's not.
We have 2 days ship. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We have 2 days shipping program.
2
days shipping. 2 days shipping. And also 1 day.
So many
shipping
other
zone.
companies have that too. A unique selling proposition, a USP, is unique. And I really want to see that come through on your homepage. You don't look different from anybody else. And different, and not looking different, and not having a design that looks really sophisticated. This looks templated. It looks like it was kind of homemade. So then I get worried about, should I put my credit card on this website? Can I even trust it? I'll be like, yeah, no, I'm going to buy this from Amazon.
Yeah, actually, because we're talking about Amazon, we used to rank like really high for PAX tubing, and that's one of our hate product line. Now, if you look into SEO, we're ranking like in the middle or even sometimes at the bottom of the page. I don't know whether we can do something to improve that, because we have already been working on like raising our base on Google AdWords and Google Shopping, but it doesn't seem to work well. That's a very popular search term.
What is it again?
PAX tubing.
PAX. P-E-X? Okay.
So we showed up in the first place for the Google Ads.
Yeah.
Not so good for organic. Where did you see? Oh.
You're not terrible, though. It's
I just
it's
searched on
underneath
it.
the people also ask, but it's position 5.
After
It's not bad.
Home Depot. Yeah, I just searched on my cell phone. It's like in the middle or a little bottom. That's interesting to me.
But it's on page 1 for you as well.
Yeah.
So it's going to look farther down on page 1 when you're on a mobile phone because there's not much screen real estate there. So.
But you think this position is actually okay? Because like.
Well, it's not terrible, no.
Family admin, I don't even know who they are, but they're ranking higher than ours somehow.
Yeah.
Not many people complain about page 1.
Yeah. So tried this particular. This particular page, is that a category page or is that a product page or what?
I think it's a product page, but we can try it out.
Okay.
Oh, it's a category.
Do you have any deep links to this page?
What do you mean by deep link?
If I were to check this particular URL in Majestic, I would want to see if anybody links directly to that page.
Oh, okay.
So I'd look at backlinks, and I'd see that almost nobody is linking to that page.
If we're not doing external links, coding or anything like that.
Even just getting a couple of links directly to that PEX tubing page could make a big difference. Move you up several spots to the first half of the page's search results. It's very powerful to get deep links to individual products and categories.
Okay.
That's one thing that's very successful about Amazon is they manage to get a lot of deep links to individual product pages and category pages, but especially product pages.
What are we going to do? Aren't a lot of those affiliates or no?
What's that?
Aren't a lot of those affiliates or no?
Well, those that are affiliates, Google is taking those with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
But so many people are linking to product pages on Amazon, almost like they're thinking, well, I need to link to an article, I'll link to the Wikipedia article about it. Or I need to link to a product, I'll link to the Amazon product page for it. Yeah.
Well, they get paid.
Well, for those that
link, you get paid.
if it's an affiliate link, Amazon Associates link, then Google will discount that because it's not earned by merit, just like any other affiliate link. So I had forgotten that I had a late checkout up to 2:30 and then at 2:25.
Oh my God.
So I better hustle.
Thank you so much.
You're
These
welcome.
are great takeaways.
You're quite welcome.
Probably get in touch with your dog.
Okay. All right. Awesome.
Thank you. Really appreciate
Yeah,
it.
you bet. You bet.
I don't want to hold you up. I'm going to ask you a question via email, if that's okay.
Okay. Yeah, for
I'm
sure.
Crate and Barrel, so
nice.
it's a big website, but it doesn't mean you know everything about SEO.
Yeah. So if you want, I can follow up with you too if you want to give me a card.
Okay, I don't have a card, so I'll just email you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Or you can put it on my phone like that other person did. You just put your email in.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. I gotta hustle out of here.
Thank you so much again.
Hey, you're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah.
I got a shameless one question.
We'll make sure to do the
30 seconds.
Okay.
feedback.
Okay, awesome.
If you have links coming from forums,
Uh-huh.
does that look unfavorably or?
Well,
as on
if
forums?
it's engineered looking anchor text, like it's the same keyword-rich anchor text every time. Like if you're Joe's Car Yard and you're getting Used Car San Diego as the anchor text on a whole bunch of different forums, that looks super spammy and you should get smacked for that. Yeah. So just the fact that it's a forum link doesn't matter. A lot of forums no follow their external links though because they get spammed to death. So it's probably a dubious amount of value that you're getting from a lot of forum links.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, you bet. Yeah.
Yeah, I checked out. You in your session. You mentioned that you like FFM's like category pages, so I was just checking it out.
Well, it's been a long time since I looked at. They were a client of mine,
Okay.
like 4 years ago.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they're doing a very good job these days. I haven't been there.
Yeah. We always do the we have the SEO copy, but it's readable. It's not too long. It's not like totally stuck with keywords, but I think there's just like such a fine line of like what is still, I would say that no SEO copy is going to be read by a human.
Right.
Like, no,
It's a challenge to create something that is good for humans and good for SEO, but it's very doable.
Yeah. And no, we're in a good position being so big that Google has us out to meetings. They talk to us all the time. They're happy to like help us with all